Chapter 117. From what the two of you said just now, are there other places to take the test in the Alchemist Guild? Xiao Yan didn't care about Wei Yi's slightly sinister gaze. Xiao Yan had seen this kind of gaze many times before. It was only because the spiritual strength that Xiao Yan had displayed just now was too strong that jealousy arose in his heart. Or perhaps it was because he was afraid that Xiao Yan's talent would pose a threat to his position as the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association, causing him to have some resentment toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's heart was not here. Naturally, he was too lazy to bother. He ignored the dark and dense expression on Wei Yi's face as he turned his gaze toward the old man leading the group and the red-haired old man on his left, opened his mouth and spoke with a smile. The two of them smiled again when they heard this. The old man in the lead glanced at Wei Yi on his right, then looked at Xiao Yan and laughed loudly. Of course. After all, the ancient Wildlands city is the largest city in the southwest region. Although there are few Tier 9 alchemists, we have other preparations for the high-rank spirit testing tablet. Otherwise, if a genius like you were to arrive one day, we wouldn't want to miss it. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. He exchanged glances with Qin Zhong, then once again smiled at the old man in the lead. Then I wonder if I would be fortunate enough to go and check it out? Ha 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 ha, of course. With your tyrannical spiritual strength, you would naturally be able to try the high-rank spirit testing tablet. However, just as the old man in the lead finished speaking, he immediately followed up with another sentence. This also caused Xiao Yan's gaze to pause as he looked at the old man in the lead with a slightly puzzled expression. However, I would like to ask you to wait for me to first deal with the matter of this person under my command. After all, there is actually such an unjust person existing in my Alchemist Association. As the president, I really feel guilty in my heart. As his voice fell, the president ignored Xiao Yan. His face suddenly turned cold as he looked indifferently at the exam elder. At this moment, the invigilating elder's strength seemed to be nothing. In front of the president, he could not muster up any courage. What's wrong? Weren't you very unyielding when facing this friend earlier? Why do you look like a piece of trash now? The president's eyes were cold, and the aura around his body surged like a hidden dragon. This caused the exam elder's face to instantly turn pale without the slightest trace of blood. His entire body trembled, and cold sweat instantly drenched his clothes. Sir President, this subordinate really didn't know that this sire would actually be such a person. This subordinate will definitely... Too late. My Alchemist Guild doesn't need someone like you. From today onwards, leave my Alchemist Guild. The moment the president finished speaking, the invigilating elder's face turned ashen. His eyes were dull and his heart was filled with unwillingness. After being stunned for a while, he unwillingly shouted at the president, "Senior brother, I'm not going to give up. President, I've done a lot for the guild over the years. How can you let me leave just like that? How can you convince everyone?" Shut up. The little things you've done for my Alchemist Guild are nothing compared to the resources you've taken from the guild. President, haha. I don't think that this is necessary. After all, Elder Yun has been in my Alchemist Guild for quite a long time. At the very least, he has worked hard even if he didn't contribute anything. Moreover, he has helped my Alchemist Guild to nurture many talents over the years. Why don't we punish him and send him to a branch guild? The president's angry rebuke had just sounded when Wei Yi, who was behind him, took a step forward and stood beside the president. Wei Yi turned to the president and smiled faintly as he spoke. When the president heard Wei Yi's words, he knew in his heart that Elder Yun was obviously Wei Yi's subordinate. That was why he was so arrogant and despotic. Instantly, he felt a little displeased in his heart. With Wei Yi's alchemist skills, he usually didn't hold back in front of them. The matter with Elder Yun today could be said to have really provoked him. Immediately, he wanted to turn his head and argue with Wei Yi. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yan's voice once again sounded out from nowhere. It also caused the president's actions to suddenly pause. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were also forcefully swallowed back. President, I also think that since Elder Yun didn't commit any major crimes, let's just forget about it. It's just a small matter. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Xiao Yan laughed softly and said with a casual expression. Xiao Yan's words also caused the corners of Wei Yi's mouth to curl as he let out a soft laugh. From the way he saw it, this action of Xiao Yan's was clearly an expression of fear toward him. In order to avoid any trouble, Xiao Yan was merely admitting defeat. Even though this was the case, it still caused Wei Yi to feel a wave of comfort in his heart. It seemed that this kid wasn't a young and hot-blooded person with guts. He was just a coward. Even if he had the ability, it was just a mountain of treasures. This alchemist association was still his territory and no one could change it. However, Xiao Yan didn't think so in his heart. On one hand, he did this to stop when he was ahead. After all, the president's main purpose was to appease the dissatisfaction in Xiao Yan's heart. On the other hand, he did indeed want to cause less trouble. He couldn't be bothered to fight with Wei Yi openly and covertly. At most, it would be a matter of a single sentence. He would let Wei Yi think whatever he wanted. The president and Qi Lin also understood one after another. They looked at each other and smiled. However, they didn't say anything else. On the other hand, Qin Zhong's gaze was even more vigilant when he looked at Wei Yi. After all, he was a big-hearted person and all these things were reflected in his eyes. Haha, all right, since you have spoken, this old man won't say anything else. Men. The president smiled at Xiao Yan. Soon after, his expression turned serious and he let out a stern cry. The entire Alchemist Association shook slightly. At the same time, a couple of black-clothed people wearing alchemist robes also appeared in the hall and dragged Elder Yun and Elder Yun out. Humph! A bunch of brats. Scram for this old man. Elder Yun's figure had just disappeared from everyone's sight when the president once again let out a stern cry. The alchemists in the hall swiftly retreated like the tide. In a short moment, only Xiao Yan's group of 5 remained in the hall. Hee, this is my friend. Please accompany me. Haha. All right. Since that's the case, this old man will bring you to test the high-rank spirit testing tablet. To be honest, this thing hasn't been used for many years. Haha. Chapter 118. Haha. This old man is slow-witted. Along the way, I have forgotten to ask for your name. Please don't take offense. Haha. The chairman chuckled as the few of them walked forward. His face revealed an embarrassed expression as he turned his head and asked Xiao Yan with a smile. Xiao Yan also returned the greeting and smiled. He cupped his hands together towards the chairman and said, I am Yan Xiao. When Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, the chairman and the other 2 were slightly startled. Immediately, a surprised expression surged onto their faces. The gazes with which they looked at Xiao Yan were filled with an increasingly disbelieving expression. You are that Yan Xiao who fought with the ancestor of the Li clan, Li Gone, half a month ago? It was a long while later before the chairman opened his mouth and continued to ask Xiao Yan with a shocked tone. Xiao Yan also smiled and nodded his head in acknowledgement. Hiss, although they were already mentally prepared. When they saw Xiao Yan nod his head in acknowledgement at this moment, the 3 of them could not help but emit a wave of cold air. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have imagined that the genius alchemist that they had met today would actually be Yan Xiao, whose name had recently shaken the entire ancient wild city. TSK. This is really unexpected. Little friend Yan Xiao possessed such talent at such a young age. Not only did he possess great strength, but even his achievements in alchemy were also so shocking. Little friend Yan Xiao is really a talented person, a genius blessed by the heavens. At this moment, even the deputy chairman, Qi Lin, who was following beside the chairman, could not help but let out waves of exclamations from his mouth. The gaze with which he looked at Xiao Yan was as though he was looking at a monster. Xiao Yan was actually able to walk so far on the path of cultivation and alchemy at such a young age. This point involuntarily caused these old fellows, who had spent their entire lives in order to reach this step, to feel ashamed in their hearts. When they thought of this, Chairman Gu Li and Vice Chairman Qi Lin could not help but look at each other. However, they could see a bitter smile in each other's eyes. Xiao Yan's excellence really made these 2 old fellows feel a little uncomfortable in their hearts. The two of them felt the same way. How could Wei Yi let it go? The more outstanding Xiao Yan was, the more unjust he felt. He had spent his entire life to get to where he was today. How could this brat in front of him obtain it so easily? This also caused the resentment in Wei Yi's heart to become even denser when he looked at Xiao Yan's eyes. However, if he knew that Xiao Yan's current strength and vast alchemy foundation had been painstakingly obtained, he probably wouldn't have the confidence to compete with Xiao Yan anymore. There was no shortcut on the path of training. The reason why Xiao Yan was able to obtain his current achievement was merely because he had relied on the tough perseverance that he had accumulated during his training. The difficulties and hardships along the way, the life and death battles were all not training. If Xiao Yan hadn't swallowed the heavenly flame, how could he have his current strength? However, how could swallowing a heavenly flame be so easy? One didn't know how many life and death situations were involved. If it wasn't for Xiao Yan's extraordinary perseverance, it was likely that he would have fallen on the path of cultivation long ago. Xiao Yan's achievements were all obtained by risking his life. They were all obtained by Xiao Yan by enduring pain and torture that an ordinary person would not be able to endure. How could Wei Yi compare with him on this point? A moment later, the group of 5 had already arrived in front of a thick black mysterious door. This was also the first goal of Xiao Yan's trip. Coco, this high-grade examination room has indeed not been used for many years. Now that I have come here again, I can't help but recall some of the outstanding geniuses of the past. Cuckoo. Gu Li sighed emotionally as he laughed. Immediately, the aura all over his body suddenly shook. He clenched his right hand and pure do qi surged out of his palm like spring water. Immediately, his palm smashed onto the black mysterious door. Following a wave of water-like energy ripples that slowly spread apart, a layer of faint cream-white glow appeared on the surface of the black mysterious door. The mysterious door also slowly became illusionary in this space the moment this layer of cream-white glow appeared. Finally, it completely disappeared. Cuckoo! I have caused Xiao Yan to laugh. This high-grade spirit testing tablet is extremely important to our alchemist association. It is also because it is too expensive to make. Therefore, we have no choice but to carefully protect it. Cuckoo. The black mysterious door had also completely disappeared after his voice sounded. All that remained was an empty doorway. Gu Li waved his large sleeve and made an inviting gesture. Xiao Yan also smiled. He exchanged glances with Qin Zhonghu before taking the lead and entering. This large hall was not much different from the examination hall from earlier. However, it had not been used for a long time, causing a layer of dust to accumulate everywhere. Gu Li, who had followed closely behind, could not help but reveal a bitter smile when he saw this. He waved his large sleeve and an invisible force suddenly shot out, sweeping away all the dust on the ground. Xiao Yan ignored this. His gaze had landed on the dark black stone tablet in the middle of the hall ever since he had entered. High-grade spirit testing tablet. Without any explanation, Xiao Yan had already walked in front of the spirit testing tablet before the people behind him had all stepped into the hall. Xiao Yan was already incomparably clear on how to use the spirit testing tablet. However, when facing the spirit testing tablet, Xiao Yan did not dare to directly use his spiritual strength to bombard it. He was able to sense that there was an extremely mysterious array within this spirit testing tablet. However, with his current strength, he was unable to investigate it. It was likely that even if Xiao Yan poured all of his spiritual strength into the spirit testing tablet, it would not be damaged in the slightest. His right hand extended out from his sleeve. In his mind, the endless spiritual strength that was like an ocean transformed into a surging river at this moment and completely gathered on Xiao Yan's right palm. At the same time, Xiao Yan's right palm slowly came together with the spirit testing tablet. In an instant, Xiao Yan's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide. The spirit testing tablet was like a water pump, sucking out all of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength that was like a tidal wave out of his body in an instant. At this moment, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a wave of dizziness in his mind. His entire body felt as if it was about to collapse in an instant, causing Xiao Yan to involuntarily take half a step back. When Xiao Yan withdrew, the surging spiritual strength once again returned to Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan instantly regained his consciousness and stabilized his retreating body. His face was still filled with lingering fear as he looked at the spirit testing tablet from before. In the next instant, four large golden words slowly appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. Second-level Emperor Realm. Looking for recommendations. Looking for comments. Looking for collections. Interested parties. Please enter the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 119. Second-level Emperor Realm. The four shining golden words were like a body-immobilizing talisman, causing the 5 people in the hall to be rooted to the ground. They did not move at all. The space in the hall seemed to have been completely frozen at this moment. In an instant, it suddenly became silent. Humph! After a long while, Wei Yi, who was behind President Gu Li, let out an indescribable cold snort from his nose. This also caused the deathly silent atmosphere to suddenly shatter. Xiao Yan and the others also instantly regained their senses. Xiao Yan's gaze was still looking at the 4 large words on the spirit testing tablet, a joyous light flickering in the depths of his eyes. Second-level Emperor Realm. Since it was the second level, it was likely that the current Xiao Yan's alchemist level was not much lower than Wei Yi's. After all, Wei Yi, was only a second-level alchemist. TSK, Brother Yan Zhao's strength is really impressive. This old man originally thought that Brother Yan Zhao should be a first-level alchemist at his current age. Who would have thought that this old man underestimated Brother Yan Zhao's true strength? Turning around, Gu Li also looked at Xiao Yan with a face of amazement. Admiration was revealed in his deep eyes. Even Qi Lin, who was standing to the side, looked at Xiao Yan with a face full of smiles, constantly nodding his head and praising. Xiao Yan also smiled, cupped his hands and smiled. I was just lucky. I did not expect that I would actually be a second-level alchemist. However, I have a question that I would like to ask President Gu Li. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Gu Li and Qi Lin exchanged glances. The two of them clearly heard the trace of strangeness in Xiao Yan's words, but they still did not understand. Frowning slightly, Gu Li glanced at Wei Yi, who was standing to the side, and smiled. Brother Yan Zhao, if you have any questions, just ask. If this old man can answer, I will definitely tell you everything I know. Seeing this, Xiao Yan smiled again. He also knew that Gu Li and Qi Lin were clearly avoiding Wei Yi. With regards to his question, the two of them were also somewhat worried that it was a big matter and did not want Wei Yi to know. President Gu Li, when I left Mount Li, I didn't know anything about alchemists above the 9th grade. My master has already left to travel the world. Therefore, I would like to talk about the second level of the Emperor Realm. Haha. Once Xiao Yan's words were transmitted, it caused Gu Li, whose old eyes occasionally glanced at Wei Yi, to involuntarily reveal a strange expression on his face. The big question that the old me was waiting for you to ask was this? The corners of Qi Lin's mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. He was already laughing in his heart. Gu Li's President Gu Li's face. If this matter, Gu Li's face was. Gu Li, the president, Gu Li's Gu Li. Wei Yi also revealed a disdainful sneer. The gaze he used to look at Xiao Yan was as if he was looking at a fool. I thought you had some background and knew a lot. Humph, so you are just a country bumpkin. You don't even have the slightest idea of a high-rank alchemist. Look at your master. He is really stupid. He actually accepted a disciple like you, and you are even an alchemist. What a disgrace. Of course, these words were only what Wei Yi said in his heart. If he really said it out loud, it was likely that even if the 2 8-star half-emperors, Gu Li, were here, he would still forcefully kill them. After being stunned for a while, Gu Li's mouth twitched slightly. Soon after, his expression turned serious as he coldly swept a glance at Qi Lin. Seeing this, Qi Lin hurriedly recovered his expression and put on a serious face. Haha! Little friend Yan Zhao is asking about this? Xiao Yan could also see it in his heart. However, he still pretended not to know anything and smiled as he nodded his head. Gu Li also involuntarily coughed twice as if he was clearing his throat. Soon after, His expression became normal as he opened his mouth and said, "The question that Brother Yan Xiao has raised is indeed normal. After all, high-tier alchemists are extremely rare even on this continent. Moreover, the strict classification of alchemists also causes people to be extremely secretive about them. The alchemist classification is divided into the man and god realms. The man realm is from a Tier 1 alchemist to a Tier 9 alchemist. It also includes the 4 great spiritual realms, the mortal realm, the soul realm, the heavenly realm, and the emperor realm. I believe that Brother Yan Xiao already has an extremely good understanding of these 4 great realms." Xiao Yan smiled and nodded his head. He did not comment. Gu Li also smiled and nodded his head. After which, he continued to explain to Xiao Yan. Above the man realm is the god realm. Within the soul of the god realm, it is further divided into the rank 1 alchemist to the rank 9 alchemist. The spiritual realms within it are further divided into the unity realm, the origin transformation realm, the god transformation realm, and the nether realm. The unity realm uses the soul to turn into a point and all realms return to one. One is able to condense all the spiritual strength in one's body into a point and condense it into a soul bead. It is placed within the sea of consciousness and can be used in all forms. The origin transformation realm, the unity transformation realm, communicates with the world and uses the spiritual strength to change the might of the world. The world can be used and one can form the divine soul realm. It has a miraculous effect when facing an enemy. The divine transformation realm, the origin is the god. The spiritual strength changes into all living things and can withstand all calamities. At this time, the spiritual strength has already turned into a substance and can even truly have an effect when facing an enemy. If one uses an E-class Do technique, the power will shake the heavens. The nether realm, the nether of the world. There is a way in the nether world. It controls the spirits of the world and is invincible in this space. It is the true peak of training spiritual strength. It merges with the world and transforms into a divine body. It touches the way of the world and is unparalleled. Within the God realm, there is also the D-realm spirit. After all, the D-realm spirit is a realm in between the 2 realms. Can be said that there is both. Hence, there is still one more. Rank 9 of the 5 realms. The 5 spiritual realms are divided into 9 ranks. The maximum limit of the D-realm spirit is that of a rank 2 alchemist. This is also the harsh part of the God realm spirit. The unity realm is that of a rank 3, rank 4 alchemist, and so on. The nether realm is known as rank 9. The strength of the nether realm is unparalleled. However, there is also no way to know what a rank 9 medicinal pill is. At that time, the strength of the world can also be transformed into a pill. Everyone knows about the might of the heavens. However, no one dares to explore the peak of the heavens. This point is the taboo of the continent. This old man will not speak any further. I believe that Brother Yan Xiao also knows a thing or two about this. The things that this old man has mentioned are the true high-ranking alchemists of the continent. Brother Yan Xiao, do you know about them? Although it was not a secret, Gu Li was still sweating profusely as he spoke. Even if he knew about these things, it was really tiring to talk about them. However, when Gu Li's last sentence sounded, Xiao Yan was already stunned on the spot. No one dared to explore the peak of the heavens. It was a taboo of the continent and everyone knew about it. This made Xiao Yan extremely curious in his heart. In Gu Li's eyes, all of this was seen by him. Xiao Yan was still digesting the many things that he had said. He also laughed softly and did not disturb him any further. Seeking collection, seeking comments, seeking recommendations. Those who are interested, please enter the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 120. In front of the Alchemist Association, Gu Li, Qi Lin, and Xiao Yan walked out of the association together. The 4 of them also stopped in their tracks. Gu Li looked at Xiao Yan with a smile on his face and said, "Brother Yan Xiao, this old man still has some matters to attend to. Please forgive me for not seeing you off." Xiao Yan also smiled and opened his mouth to speak. "President Gu Li must be joking. This trip of mine is already worth it. There is no need to trouble the president." Since the president still has matters to attend to, I will take my leave first. Seeing this, Gu Li did not say anything more. However, there was some light flickering in his eyes. He exchanged glances with Qi Lin, who was standing by the side. Both of them knew the other party's thoughts. However, in the end, Gu Li still shook his head slightly. Immediately, his gaze turned and once again looked at Xiao Yan. There was a smile on his face. With a flip of his hand, a jade tablet appeared in his hand. He smiled at Xiao Yan and said, "Today, I have seen that Brother Yan Zhao's strength is extraordinary. Moreover, you are deeply involved in alchemy. This jade tablet shall be a gift to Brother Yan Zhao. With this jade tablet, Brother Yan Zhao will be equivalent to a nominal elder of our Alchemist Association. You can freely enter any place of our Alchemist Association." Xiao Yan's eyes flashed when he saw this. Was this considered to be roping him in early? However, he quite liked this condition. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a smile. He was not reserved as he extended his hand and took it. In that case, many thanks to President Gu Li. Gu Li once again smiled when he saw this. Qi Lin also followed suit. With his shrewdness, he naturally saw through Gu Li's actions. However, he also praised Gu Li's quick-wittedness in his heart. When Qin Zhong, who was standing beside Xiao Yan, saw this, his eyes were filled with rich envy. A nominal elder of the Alchemist Association. This kind of treatment was something that even that old fellow Li Gan did not have. Although he was envious that jade tablet ultimately belonged to Xiao Yan. Qin Zhong could only watch as Xiao Yan kept it in his pocket with a greedy expression on his face. After delivering the gifts, Gu Li really didn't have anything else to say. After a few words of laughter, the few of them also left. Qi Lin watched Xiao Yan slowly disappear from his sight. Only then did he let out a soft sigh. He turned his head to Gu Li and frowned slightly. "Say, if you really mentioned that to him, would he help?" When Gu Li heard this, she did not comment. She also looked up to the sky and sighed. "If he is not willing, what can we do? We should just mention it. Since he has taken the item, he should be willing to help. No matter what, he will not lose out. Moreover, he's a young man. At this age, it's precisely the time when his heart is hot-blooded. As long as he participates in the alchemist competition, he won't easily admit defeat." After saying these words, Qi Lin did not say anything else. His body turned and he took the lead to walk into the association. Not long after, Gu Li's figure also slowly disappeared from the spot. Ever since those Tier 8 alchemists were chased out of the association by Gu Li, everything that happened in the Alchemist Association swiftly spread throughout the entire ancient savage city as though it had grown wings. Xiao Yan also once again became the focus of attention in the ancient savage city. When Xiao Yan slowly walked on the main street, the surrounding crowd involuntarily turned their gazes towards Xiao Yan. Immediately, another wave of earth-shaking noises and discussions soared towards the sky. "Quickly look, isn't that Yan Xiao? I heard that his strength has already stepped into the ranks of the elite half-martial emperors." Earlier, someone saw Xiao Yan and cried out in surprise. However, before those words could completely fade, another person's mocking laughter was once again transmitted over, causing a portion of the surrounding people to involuntarily turn their gazes over. "Heh, that was news from half a month ago. Did you see the direction that he came from? That is the territory of the Alchemist Association. The place that Yan Xiao had just headed to is that place." A wave of doubtful voices was once again emitted after this person's words sounded. The crowd also began to stir once again. "What? Isn't Yan Xiao a training maniac? Why would he go to the Alchemist Association? Don't tell me that he was injured in the big battle half a month ago and went to buy medicinal pills? He injured? He has an overwhelming advantage against that old fellow Li Gan. How could he be injured? Moreover, with such a powerful expert like old Luo guarding by his side, even if Li Gan had the guts of the heavens, he would not dare to have any thoughts about Yan Xiao. I heard that the reason why Yan Xiao went to the Alchemist Association this time around is to take the test for a high-tier alchemist. I really did not expect that not only does Yan Xiao have great training talent, but even his alchemy skills are also at the forefront. The chaotic and noisy voices also caused Xiao Yan to feel helpless in his heart. He could only increase the speed of his footsteps. His body flashed, and he had already rushed past the crowd and reached the end of his sight. Qin Zhong, who was beside Xiao Yan, also curled the corners of his mouth impatiently. The noise of the crowd also caused his violent temper to be unable to endure it. If Xiao Yan was not by his side earlier, it was likely that he would have already been unable to control himself and take action. At this moment, when he saw Xiao Yan swiftly dodge, the aura of Qin Zhong's entire body suddenly shook. The frightening aura that belonged to a 3-star half-emperor also instantly attacked, causing the surrounding crowd to withdraw and avoid it. Xiao Yan, who had just returned to the inn, did not even have the time to catch his breath when a human figure appeared in front of his room. This also caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face to be slightly startled. However, it immediately turned into a smile on his face as he teased, "Elder Xian, why do you have the time to come to my place? Could it be that you were attracted by the news outside?" The person who came was Elder Xian of the Yunin Pavilion. When Elder Xian heard Xiao Yan's teasing words, a smile appeared on his old face. His shriveled hand stroked his long beard as he replied with a smile, "Haha, that is exactly what this old man meant." As his voice fell, the two of them laughed out loud in unison. Following which, Xiao Yan's expression turned serious as he smiled and asked Elder Xian, "Elder Xian, you must have come here for something. If there is something, you might as well say it directly." "Haha, Brother Yan Xiao really goes straight to the point. Haha, since this is the case, then I shall not beat around the bush and say any more nonsense. I have not come here today for any important matter. I only wish to invite Brother Yan Xiao over." Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He looked at Elder Xian, only to find that there was a hint of a smile in the depths of his eyes. Xiao Yan's face became even more doubtful when he heard this. Old Xian smiled when he saw this. His eyes looked at Xiao Yan with a meaningful expression as he continued speaking. "This invitation is not a big deal. It is just that my master wants to see you." Chapter 121. When Elder Xian said these words, Xiao Yan's expression instantly hardened. The owner behind the Yunin Pavilion actually wanted to meet him. This really caused Xiao Yan to feel inexplicably surprised in his heart. What kind of power was the Yunin Pavilion? Although the outside world did not know much about it, just from the aura of the Yunin Pavilion as well as the barrier that was personally set up by a Dodi, the energy that it contained was definitely not something that Xiao Yan could come into contact with. At the very least, Xiao Yan felt that it was impossible for the current him to interact with such a person. However, Elder Xian's words were true. The owner of the Yunin Pavilion wanted to meet him, a mere 3-star half-emperor. Even if Xiao Yan had extraordinary alchemy skills, Xiao Yan did not feel that he had anything that could attract the other party's attention with just the strength of a rank 2 alchemist. Moreover, Elder Xian had just said that he had personally come here today to invite Xiao Yan. What kind of power was the Yunin Pavilion? In this savage ancient city, who could be engraved with the word invite? Today, Xiao Yan could be said to be the first person in many years to receive such an invitation. Of course, the most important reason was that Xiao Yan did not know anything about the owner behind the Yunin Pavilion. During this half a month, Xiao Yan had not taken a single step out of the inn. All of his energy was placed on the incarnation that he had formed with great difficulty. During the big battle with Li Gan half a month ago, other than the Void Lightning Pool invitation, Li Gan had also given him a crystal as an apology. When Xiao Yan had received it with one hand, his bright eyes had already thoroughly examined it. Immediately, a glint flashed across the depths of Xiao Yan's eyes. That crystal was actually a fire-type flame crystal. Xiao Yan was extremely calm as he quickly put it away and did not say anything else to Li Gan. That night, in order to not cause another commotion in the savage ancient city, Xiao Yan left the savage ancient city and entered the endless deep mountains. The second incarnation was also successfully formed. However, the countless magic beasts that resided in the mountains were all killed by the terrifying spiritual ripple. It was also because of this that Xiao Yan knew nothing about the owner behind the scenes of the Yunin Pavilion. This caused Xiao Yan to believe that the owner of the Union Pavilion should be a white-haired old man. After all, if one did not possess sufficient strength to establish such a strong faction, it was likely that one would not be able to survive in this savage ancient city. It was possible that the barrier that was set up by a Dodi in the Union Pavilion was created by that strong person. Thinking until this point, Xiao Yan felt increasingly shocked in his heart. The expression on his face was also constantly changing. A Dodi actually wanted to meet him. This was really unbelievable. When Elder Xian in front of him saw this, his expression did not change. However, in his heart, he had already burst out laughing. Elder Xian cleared his throat and calmed the emotions in his heart. He once again opened his mouth and laughed. "Brother Yan Xiao, may I know if you are willing to go? My master really wants to meet you." The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily twitched a couple of times when he heard Elder Xian's words. He wished that he could turn around and flee. Who knew if this was a trap? It would not be fun if he did not return after going. However, Xiao Yan felt helpless in his heart. If the other party really wanted to do something to him, it seemed that he would not have the ability to retaliate given the strength of a Dodi. Although Guyu, an old fellow with an unfathomable strength, was in his body, Xiao Yan could tell that Guyu was a stubborn old man. It was impossible to get him to lend a hand. Xiao Yan bitterly laughed in his heart. It seemed that he had no choice but to accept the invitation of that person. After responding, Xiao Yan did not make any unnecessary preparations. He followed Elder Xian to the Union Pavilion. Along the way, Xiao Yan asked Elder Xian about that person in a roundabout manner. Although Elder Xian blushed with shame at Xiao Yan's sharpness, he still vaguely answered Xiao Yan's questions. This caused Xiao Yan to be completely clueless. A moment later, the two of them arrived in front of the Union Pavilion. Xiao Yan's throat rolled involuntarily when he sensed the aura of a genuine Dodi. His face was a little uneasy. After arriving at the entrance, Elder Xian was about to lead Xiao Yan to the 6th floor of the Union Pavilion, where no outsider had ever been before. However, at this moment, a group of people surged out of the Union Pavilion. These people were all guests of the Union Pavilion. However, at this moment they walked out with unhappy faces. Elder Xian ignored them. He merely stood by the side and waited for them to leave. The sudden appearance of Elder Xian had clearly startled this group of people. The strongest person among them was only a Dosheng. They really did not have any temper in front of a genuine bandit like Elder Xian. When they saw Elder Xian, they respectfully bowed to Elder Xian despite being dozens of feet away. However, when they saw Xiao Yan beside Elder Xian, their expressions changed once again. Immediately, the group of people who had just bowed respectfully to Elder Xian turned around slightly and bowed respectfully to Xiao Yan once again. Juniors greet Elder Yan Xiao. Although there was no lack of elders who were older than Xiao Yan in this group of people, those who had reached the top were the teachers. Xiao Yan was worthy of being addressed as elder. Although he felt bitter in his heart, Xiao Yan still smiled and replied. With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible force swept out and supported everyone who was bowing. Everyone's expressions became even more respectful after seeing this move of Xiao Yan's. Although there were quite a number of elite Doshengs present and they were also able to do the same thing as Xiao Yan, an elite Dosheng's body contained an invisible pressure. This kind of strength was something that even they would have difficulty randomly controlling. Yet Xiao Yan in front of them was able to do it so easily. How could they not feel shocked? After everyone bowed, they did not dare to remain any longer. One by one they withdrew and left. Xiao Yan and Elder Xian were also allowed to enter the hall. The footsteps of the two once again paused after entering the hall. At this moment, there were people coming down one after another from upstairs. However, the strength of this group of people who had come down this time around had already stepped into the bandit class. They could be considered important people within this savage ancient city. At this moment, these people had the attitude of a prince. At a glance, it appeared as though they were trying to curry favor with one of them. After walking closer, Xiao Yan also discovered that their eyes were looking at an old man wearing alchemist robes. From this, one could tell that this old man was also an alchemist. The old man's face appeared skinny and he appeared just like a skeleton. However, There was a glint flashing within his shady old eyes. His thin lips appeared just like a blade. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile that caused one to feel incomparably dark and evil. The other party had also discovered the existence of the Elder Xian duo while Xiao Yan was looking at Elder Xian. That shady old man also revealed a smile on his face when he saw Xiao Yan. He ignored the other Bandi experts around him as he took a couple of steps forward and arrived in front of Elder Xian. He cupped his hands together and laughed. "Brother Xianyi. Haha. It has really been a long time since we last met." This old man had many things to attend to and was unable to come to this ancient wilderness city to get acquainted with my old friend. "Brother Xianyi, please don't blame me." This old man was clearly very familiar with Elder Xian. From his words, Xiao Yan also learned that Elder Xian's name was Elder Xianyi. "Haha, since Brother Mod is here, you are a guest of my Yunin Pavilion. How can this old man blame you?" Although Mod had the intention of befriending Elder Xian, from the looks of it, the Elder Xian was not very fond of him. Xiao Yan also saw all of this but did not say a word. "Haha, since I am a guest, I am unable to see through the actions of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion today. How can there be a reason to chase away a guest when they are open for business? May I know if Brother Xianyi can give me an explanation?" Mod laughed loudly and said in an inexplicable tone, "Haha, Brother Mod, you have seen it. This old man has just returned from outside. How can I know about this? Moreover, what does our pavilion master want to do? Don't tell me that he has to ask me first." "Ha!" When Elder Xian said this, Mod and the other half-martial emperors beside him were all stunned. Then, they looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. The pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion had actually returned. Immediately, no one dared to say anything more. Mod also laughed awkwardly and changed the topic. He looked at Xiao Yan, who was standing beside Elder Xian. "May I know who you are?" "Ha! I am Yan Xiao." Without waiting for Elder Xian to introduce him, Xiao Yan cupped his hands and smiled at Mod. When Xiao Yan said this, the other half-martial emperors, who were about to leave, once again turned their gazes over. Their bodies, which had only taken a few steps, paused again. Mod was obviously shocked by Xiao Yan's words. Then he laughed loudly. A glint flashed across his eyes as he said with a smile, "Oh, it is Yan Xiao. Haha. When this old man arrived at the ancient wildland city, I heard all about your deeds. Now that I have met you today, you are even more impressive than the rumors." "Ha! More than just more impressive than the rumors. In a while you will hear news about him again." As soon as Mod laughed, Elder Xian opened his mouth and sneered. Mod clearly did not understand Elder Xian's words. Xiao Yan also smiled noncommittally and did not say anything. Mod rolled his eyes when he saw this. He smiled and did not ask any more questions. Instead, he looked at Elder Xian again and said with a smile, "From the looks of it, Brother Xianyi is prepared to bring Brother Yan Xiao into the Yunin Pavilion. However, I wonder if the pavilion master will be unhappy." Xiao Yan frowned when he heard this. These words were not very pleasant to the ears. Elder Xian sneered. He turned around and walked toward the Yunin Pavilion. Xiao Yan also smiled and slowly followed, leaving behind a confused Mod. "Humph. Please add me. Please comment. Please recommend me. Those who are interested, please join the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 122. Elder Xian. That Mod doesn't look like someone from the Alchemist Guild in the ancient wilderness city. Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile at Elder Xian as they ascended the stairs. Elder Xian naturally understood the meaning behind his words. Elder Xian smiled and said to Xiao Yan as they walked, "That guy, he thinks he has some ability. That guy, haha, he thinks he has some ability and wants to befriend this old man. He wants to use this opportunity to curry favor with my Hidden Cloud Pavilion. Humph, with his little ability, he can only be considered decent here. Once he reaches the continent city, he will be nothing but a clown." Although Xiao Yan did not say anything when he heard up to this point, he was able to tell just what level these so-called high-tier alchemists were at. When he was sizing up Mod earlier, Xiao Yan had already noticed that MOD was a rank 2 alchemist. Based on Xiao Yan's spiritual perception, MOD's spiritual strength was probably stronger than Wei Yi's. It was because of this that Xiao Yan felt even more pressured by Elder Xian's words. Elder Xian was also an antique. Although Xiao Yan was behind him, he was able to detect this slight change. He immediately smiled and said, "Don't feel pressured. You don't need to feel pressured. The reason why this old man said that he is a clown is because he has spent most of his life to cultivate his skills. It will be difficult for him to advance even an inch in the future. You are different. You are still young, and there will be plenty of opportunities for you to expand your skills in the future. The southwestern border will not be able to stop you." Xiao Yan understood what Elder Xian meant. He smiled non-committally and continued to listen to Elder Xian's explanation. That fellow is an alchemist from the Southern Descent City. The Southern Descent City is similar to the Savage Ancient City and can be considered a large city at the border. However, it is still far inferior when compared to the prefecture city. It is likely that he has come to the Savage Ancient City because of the Alchemist Grand Meeting. Given his character, it is likely that he will not miss out on some sarcastic remarks. Xiao Yan's face revealed a faint smile when he heard this. A fiery heat immediately surged within his heart. If it was the Alchemist Grand Meeting, he really wanted to experience MOD's ability. Today was the first time that he had met a high-tier alchemist. Haha! Brother Yan Xiao will also participate in the Alchemist Grand Meeting, right? Old Xian once again smiled as he sensed the waves of fiery heat being transmitted from Xiao Yan's body. Haha! If I am lucky enough to compete with a high-level alchemist, I won't let this opportunity go easily. Elder Xian chuckled when he heard this. He stopped in his tracks and turned to Xiao Yan with a smile. "Oh, we're here. Since we're here, I won't go up. The pavilion master is waiting for you inside. Go on." Elder Xian didn't wait for Xiao Yan to make a move. Instead, his figure slowly turned illusory and disappeared in front of Xiao Yan. At this moment, the huge rock in Xiao Yan's heart that had yet to fall was hanging even higher. Finally, he was going to meet that person. Xiao Yan curled his lips and let out a long sigh of relief. He slowly lifted his feet and stepped onto the 6th floor of the Yunyin Pavilion. He finally reached the 6th floor. However, this place looked completely different from the floors below. What entered his eyes were all kinds of furniture. At this moment, there was a human figure standing quietly in front of the window in front of Xiao Yan. Due to the reflection of the remaining sunlight, Xiao Yan was unable to clearly see the person's appearance. It was also because of this that Xiao Yan's heart became even more anxious. "What's wrong? I just invited you for a meal. Why are you so nervous? You weren't this nervous when you faced an 8-star half-emperor the other day. Why are you so nervous when you see me today? Hehe, Brother Yan Xiao." Before Xiao Yan could clearly see the appearance of that human figure, the other party's words had already struck out. When Xiao Yan heard that clear voice, the expression on his face was slightly startled. Why was this voice so familiar? An instant later, Xiao Yan's pupils abruptly shrunk. He was shocked as he looked at the figure in front of him who was slowly turning around. He wanted to say something, but due to the change in his emotions, he didn't say anything for a long time. On the other hand, the figure looked at Xiao Yan with a playful smile. It was as if he had expected this. "Luo Jin." "Haha, Brother Yan Xiao, you've been doing pretty well after a few months." It was a long while later before Xiao Yan finally spat out 2 words from his mouth. Luo Jin, on the other hand, looked at Xiao Yan with a face full of smiles. He laughed out loud as he spoke, completely forgetting his status in the eyes of others. "Hey, I really didn't expect that the person who invited me would actually be you. I thought that it would be a rotten old man. To be able to establish such a large faction, I have really underestimated you." After recognizing his identity, Xiao Yan's heart immediately relaxed. There was also a joking tone in his words, causing the relationship between the two to become more harmonious. "Haha, I don't have such great ability. I merely borrowed the strength of my family. These people are all my father's trusted aides. Otherwise, things wouldn't be so smooth." When Xiao Yan heard this, a glint flashed deep within his eyes. However, he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he opened his mouth and laughed. I'm afraid that Brother Luojin didn't invite me here today just to treat me to a meal. Luojin smiled when he heard this. He waved his sleeves and invited Xiao Yan to take a seat. Brother Yan Xiao, you're thinking too much. Marie promised you that if you were to participate in the Alchemist Grand Meeting, I would definitely be there. Today, I merely wanted to meet you in advance. Xiao Yan was non-committal. Although Luojin didn't say it clearly, there was definitely something hidden within. However, Xiao Yan wasn't anxious in his heart. Since Luojin had already invited him, he would naturally find an opportunity to say it. Luojin also followed along and laughed for a while. Immediately, the two of them did not stand on ceremony and began to wreak havoc on the delicious food and wine on the table. After drinking and eating to their heart's content, the two of them appeared to be drunk. Of course, with their strength, they wouldn't get drunk no matter how strong the wine was. So, this little bit was nothing. At this moment, Xiao Yan also knew in his heart that the main topic had arrived. Brother Yan Xiao, haha, to be honest, I really do have a matter that I wish to discuss with Brother Yan Xiao today. Xiao Yan's drowsy eyelids gently lifted. The wine cup in his hand was also gently placed down. He tilted his head and raised his eyebrows as he looked at Luojin with a face full of doubt. The agility do technique that I saw you display in the sky that day. If I'm not wrong, it should be the sky extinction step that has disappeared for 100 years, right? Once these words were spoken, a glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. His delicate and handsome eyebrows involuntarily knit together. His entire person appeared to have woken up in an instant. Yes, but why are you interested in this? With your status, you shouldn't be lacking in agility do techniques, right? Luojin smiled. Both of his eyes flickered as he laughed. I am not looking for the sky extinction step. Instead, it is related to the sky extinction ancient tomb. Both of Xiao Yan's eyes hardened. The corner of his mouth involuntarily once again cried out involuntarily. Sky extinction ancient tomb. Please recommend it. Please comment. Please collect it. Those who are interested, please enter the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 123. Tianju Ancient Tomb? When Luojin's words sounded, a surprised expression instantly surfaced on Xiao Yan's face. He did not expect that Luojin had called him over today to talk about the Tianju Ancient Tomb. Could it be that this Tianju step had some special connection with the Tianju Ancient Tomb? Seeing the trace of doubt between Xiao Yan's brows, Luojin also smiled. His body sat up straight and the wine cup in his hand was slowly placed down. He smiled and said, "That's right. It is the Tianju Ancient Tomb." Hearing these words once again, the emotions in Xiao Yan's heart once again churned. If you want to open the Tianju Ancient Tomb, it seems that you need to use the 3 sets of Tianju's do techniques together. If you just rely on the Tianju step, I'm afraid that you won't be able to do it. That's right. I am also clear about this point. However, other than this point, there are some other places that similarly require the 3 Tianju skills. When Xiao Yan heard Luojin's words, his face once again revealed a surprised expression. This kind of thing was something that the people from the Lu clan had never mentioned to him at all. Seeing such an expression on Xiao Yan's face, Luojin once again smiled. He swallowed the wine in his cup into his stomach and poured another cup for Xiao Yan. He smiled and said, "Brother Yan Xiao, please." Xiao Yan was not anxious. He knew that Luojin would answer for him. He gently raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go. "Ha ha! Brother Yan Xiao really has a good alcohol tolerance." After the laughter sounded, Luojin also sighed and opened his mouth to say, although the majority of the people know about the ancient tomb of Heaven's End, they still don't know anything about the inside of the ancient tomb of Heaven's End. As for the information I know, it was only discovered a year ago. Xiao Yan's eyebrows lifted slightly. The Tianju ancient tomb had existed for a few hundred years. The factions of the western region would definitely have investigated it continuously. However, even so, they had only discovered something a year ago. The methods of this Tianju ancient tomb were really terrifying to the extreme. The leaders of the 4 large sects already possessed the strength of a 9-star half-D 500 years ago. Now that 100 years had passed, their cultivations would definitely be even greater than back then. From the looks of it now, it was likely that their cultivations had already reached the genuine Do-D class. When he thought of this, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but tighten. The enemy that he had unknowingly set up was actually so powerful. If he was not careful, his life might really be in danger. On the other hand, Xiao Yan was also shocked by Tianju's strength. A Do-D could be considered as a truly strong person in the entire continent. However, such a powerful existence was still unable to shake him in front of his 1,000-year-old tomb. It had to be said that origin transformation experts were truly powerful. Then I wonder what kind of news brother Luojin wants to talk about. Could it be that there's something in this ancient tomb that can only be opened by a heavenly end cultivator? Luojin nodded his head and smiled when he heard this. He did not keep Xiao Yan in suspense and directly said, after the joint investigation of the leaders of the 4 large sects, there are 3 tomb chambers sealed by formations within the ancient tomb of Tianju. After their special investigation, they came to the conclusion that these 3 tomb chambers are extremely likely to be the inheritance that Tianju left behind before he died. Bang! With a bang, the wine cup in Xiao Yan's hand instantly turned into powder. The wine within it was instantly vaporized by Xiao Yan's powerful fire aura due to the violent emotions in Xiao Yan's heart. Inheritance. Just these 2 words would cause the hearts of many people in the continent to be moved. Most importantly, the strength of the person who left behind this inheritance was actually an expert who had already reached the origin transformation realm. Even 1/3 of an origin transformation expert was enough to allow the current Xiao Yan to instantly break through from a 3-star half-martial emperor to a true Do-D. One could imagine the energy contained within. How could this not cause Xiao Yan's heart to be moved? A smile appeared on Luo Jin's face when he saw Xiao Yan's excited face. His hand was spread in the empty air. Immediately, a suction force spread from Luo Jin's palm. Immediately, the natural energy seemed to have received some guidance as it gathered toward Luo Jin's hand. Luo Jin's hand rotated in the air and a transparent wine cup appeared once again. He filled it with wine and handed it to Xiao Yan. Luo Jin continued, the seals within these 3 tomb chambers are too powerful. Even they have no chance of forcefully breaking them. Moreover, they are also afraid of damaging the inheritance within. Therefore, these 3 tomb chambers can only be opened by the 3 Heaven's End skills. The 3 Heaven's End skills each occupy a tomb chamber. You also have the chance to obtain one of the inheritances. Hearing this, Xiao Yan basically understood. Today, Luo Jin had called him over. It was likely that he did not just want to talk about the ancient tomb of Heaven's End with him. There should be something that he wanted to obtain within this tomb. Brother Luo Jin has said so much to me. I'm afraid that it is not just to tell me the secret of this Heaven's End, right? Xiao Yan smiled. A glint flashed across his eyes. His eyes narrowed as he smiled at Luo Jin and softly laughed. Cuckoo, I really have a tacit understanding with Brother Yan Xiao. The 4 large sects will definitely not let go of the 3 tomb chambers within this ancient tomb of Heaven's End. At that time, Brother Yan Xiao will likely be suppressed by the combined efforts of the 4 large sections. That inheritance might not even end up in your hands. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when Luo Jin spoke until this point. If the people from the 4 large sects were to join hands to deal with him at that time, there would be no need for the 4 sect leaders to personally intervene. It was likely that he would have already fallen into a disadvantage. There was even less need to talk about the inheritance. However, Xiao Yan immediately smiled and once again opened his mouth to speak to Luo Jin with a smile. If that is the case, I can just withdraw first after opening the tomb chambers. I will first allow the 4 large factions to kill each other. Finally, I will come and reap the benefits. Even if I can't defeat them, I can still run. Luo Jin appeared to have already expected Xiao Yan's words. He laughed softly and once again opened his mouth to speak. Does Brother Yan Xiao really think that the 4 large sects are stupid? Since they dare to join hands to snatch it, they will naturally cover up all sudden accidents. What do you think are your chances of snatching the inheritance from the hands of the 4 elite Dodi? Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when these words of Luo Jin were spoken. The elite Dodi class would definitely be a hurdle before he truly matured. Xiao Yan slowly shook his head and helplessly sighed. Luo Jin merely smiled when he saw this and said, "Therefore, I wish to cooperate with Brother Yan Xiao once again." Xiao Yan's tightly knit eyebrows relaxed slightly. He glanced at Luo Jin. The only thing he could conclude was that Luo Jin in front of him definitely had the support of an elite Dodi behind him. "You continue to be the fisherman. I will deal with them. Please add. Please comment. Please recommend. Those who are interested, please enter the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 124. You continue to be the fisherman. I will deal with them." Xiao Yan's eyebrows twitched when Luo Jin's words were uttered. His heart was also extremely shocked by Luo Jin's words. An elite Dodi was already one of the true peak experts of the continent. No one would dare to underestimate an expert of this level. However, at this moment, this fellow in front of Xiao Yan had actually said such words in such an indifferent manner. This really caused Xiao Yan to be extremely amazed in his heart. It was good to have a background. One could even turn a blind eye to a Dodi. Could be said that behind Luo Jin, there might even be an origin transformation expert. Otherwise, how would one dare to easily look down on a Dodi? Xiao Yan sighed in his heart. He once again raised his eyes and looked at Luo Jin. He smiled and said, "Brother Luo Jin, since you are not afraid of the 4 of them, why do you need to look for me? Can't you just do it yourself? Isn't it unnecessary to look for me?" Luo Jin had clearly guessed that Xiao Yan would ask such a question when the words from Xiao Yan's mouth sounded. He laughed softly and opened his mouth to speak. "Asking Brother Yan Xiao to act to attract them is not because I am greedy for the inheritance. However, if I had acted earlier, it is likely that even I would not have been able to snatch it. You should know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." A sharp glint flashed deep within Luo Jin's eyes when he spoke. This caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face to solidify slightly. Unaware of the oriole behind. It seemed that the 4 large sects were not the only ones participating in this ancient tomb of Heaven's End. "Since Brother Luo Jin has decided to join hands with me, I wonder what you want to obtain this time around?" Luo Jin smiled when he heard this. He knew what Xiao Yan meant. He was merely afraid that Xiao Yan would swallow all the inheritances. Immediately, Luo Jin smiled and replied, "Brother Yan Xiao, you don't have to worry about this. At that time, no matter what the outcome is, there will definitely be an inheritance that belongs to you. However, if you're able to obtain 3 inheritances, I hope that Brother Yan Xiao can give 2 to me. Because my cultivation method is special, I'm extremely interested in cultivation resources. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken such a great risk to look for the Heaven Palace Jade Essence that day." When he heard this, Xiao Yan basically understood Luo Jin's ultimate goal. He merely wanted to obtain 2 inheritances. Although he was somewhat reluctant in his heart, Xiao Yan also clearly understood that if he did not agree, it would be difficult to obtain even 1 inheritance. Therefore, he silently nodded his head and agreed. The inheritance within this ancient tomb of Heaven's End was after all a matter of the future. Who knew what unexpected changes would occur in the future? Since the matter at hand had been resolved, the 2 of them completely relaxed. 1 day passed in this manner. There was no sense of time during training. Time flashed by and there were only 5 days left until the opening ceremony of the Alchemist Grand Meeting. Ever since Xiao Yan had left the Union Pavilion and returned to the inn, he had not left. He had been cooped up in his room to refine his avatar. After half a month of refinement, these 2 avatars were much better than when they had just been successfully formed half a month ago. The actual strength of the 2 avatars had already stabilized at the 6-star Doshang and 7-star Doshang levels. With the foundation of the first avatar, the strength of the second avatar was clearly much stronger than the first one after being formed. This was considered a good thing for Xiao Yan. After all, once his strength advanced to the Dodi class in the future, the strength of the avatar that he formed might also reach the frightening Bandi class. If that was the case, would he not be able to create an elite Dodi if he were to merge the few avatars into one? If that was the case, it would be able to increase Xiao Yan's fighting strength by nearly twofold. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the bed within the room. Both of his eyes were flickering and the corner of his mouth was lifted into an arc. Xiao Yan was quite satisfied in his heart as he looked at the two nearly substance-like avatars in front of him. The two avatars that had been successfully formed possessed such a frightening strength. If the three avatars were successfully formed and merged together, their strength would be comparable to an elite bandit. At that time, he would have some confidence when facing the people from the Ghost Slaughter Gate. With this thought flashing across his heart, the two avatars in front of Xiao Yan instantly transformed into two majestic spiritual strengths that entered Xiao Yan's mind. The process of forming two avatars naturally exhausted quite a lot of spiritual strength. Fortunately, with the support of Xiao Yan's frightening spiritual strength, it did not cause Xiao Yan to become too weak. He would be fine after resting for 2 days. Moreover, after using such a large amount of spiritual strength, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that his spiritual strength was gradually becoming stronger following the growth of the avatars. Although this kind of growth was so small that it could be ignored, it was still considered a pleasant surprise for Xiao Yan. Just as Xiao Yan scattered the two avatars, a person quickly walked over from outside the wooden door of the guest room. That person walked to the door and was about to raise his hand to knock when Xiao Yan's voice was slowly emitted from within the room. "Come in. There is no need to knock." Xiao Yan's voice was suddenly emitted, causing the face of the person standing outside the door to be startled. Immediately, he heard the voice that was transmitted from within the room. Only then did he relax and slowly push open the door. Junior greets Senior Yan Xiao. Once he entered, before he could clearly see Xiao Yan's appearance on the bed, the man had already bowed and cupped his hands together towards Xiao Yan. He even respectfully addressed him. Xiao Yan casually swept his gaze over the black-robed figure in front of the door. He raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to ask, "Someone from the Alchemist Association?" Hearing Xiao Yan's question, that person did not dare to slight him and hurriedly opened his mouth to speak. "Senior, this junior is indeed a member of the Alchemist Association. Why are you looking for me?" Hearing the reply of this black-robed person, Xiao Yan was not surprised. That day when Guli gave him that jade token, Xiao Yan already had a premonition in his heart that Guli would look for him again sooner or later. However, he did not expect that it would actually be so close to the opening ceremony of the Alchemist Grand Meeting. Hearing Xiao Yan's question once again, the black-robed person also frowned slightly when he sensed the trace of indifference within Xiao Yan's words. However, he still replied honestly, "Senior, our association head wishes to invite Senior to the Alchemist Association to meet him." "Oh? Is this considered an invitation? Then why doesn't he come himself?" When these words of Xiao Yan sounded, that person was also stunned. Immediately, his face was filled with helplessness. How would he know why Guli did not come? He was merely a messenger. The other party was the head of the Alchemist Association. How could he ask the other party? Seeing that the black-robed person was speechless, Xiao Yan merely smiled. He was naturally able to guess this point. There was definitely something that he was afraid of being heard by Wei Yi. Otherwise, he would not be so petty as to send a Dozun to invite him. Xiao Yan stood up, smiled and said, "All right, I understand. You can go back first. I will be there soon. Please recommend me. Please comment. Please add me. Those who are interested can enter the group. Group number 4766686761. Chapter 125. 3 human figures were seated in front of a table in a somewhat dark room. The atmosphere was somewhat depressing. This caused the hosts, Gu Li and Qi Lin, to have some embarrassment on their faces. Xiao Yan also smiled when he saw this. A glint flashed deep within his eyes. He slowly placed the teacup in his hand down, narrowed his eyes, and looked at Gu Li as he laughed. "Chairman Gu Li has called me over. May I know what matter you have to discuss?" Gu Li and Qi Lin exchanged glances when they sensed the slight strangeness in Xiao Yan's tone. However, both of them frowned slightly. They were naturally able to hear the thread of dissatisfaction within Xiao Yan's words. Being a dignified bandit and a rank 2 alchemist, even they did not dare to underestimate him when they saw him. Today, however, the person whom the two of them had sent to invite Xiaoyan was actually only at the Dozun class. Such actions would appear to be an act of intentionally slapping their faces in the eyes of anyone. The dissatisfaction in their hearts went without saying. At this moment, the word call, in Xiaoyan's words, appeared to be quite forceful when he said it. It was clearly intentional. This caused Gu Li and Qi Lin to feel extremely embarrassed in their hearts. It was a long while later before Qi Lin by the side finally laughed out loud. His face squeezed out an awkward smile as he smiled at Xiaoyan and said, "Brother Yan Xiao is too polite. With your status, what qualification do we have to randomly order you around? It is just that there are many matters to attend to within the association. The chairman and the both of us are tied up by some trivial matters and are unable to personally invite you over. Hence, we have sent someone over. If there is anything that is not satisfactory, I hope that Brother Yan Xiao can understand." Gu Li, who was seated close to Xiaoyan, smiled awkwardly and nodded to Xiaoyan after Qi Lin's words were spoken. Xiaoyan merely laughed coldly in the face of this and said, "Since the two of you are unable to leave due to some matters, don't tell me that you can't find a Do Shang in this large alchemist association? You are inviting someone, yet you are so petty as to only use Dozun. I am at the very least a bandit. Don't tell me that the two of you look down on me? If this is the case, I will leave immediately." Before his voice sounded, Xiaoyan had already stood up. His face was cold as he walked out of the door. Gu Li and Qi Lin's faces immediately paled when they saw this scene. Their bodies flashed and appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Their faces were full of smiles. They were just about to speak when Xiaoyan once again opened his mouth and spoke in an indifferent tone. "Do you intend to use your strength to forcefully keep me here?" The moment Xiaoyan's words were uttered, Gu Li and Xiaoyan were once again startled. Gu Li could not be bothered about anything else as he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Brother Yan Xiao, you misunderstood. Brother Yan Xiao, you misunderstood. This old brother is also helpless. If Brother Yan doesn't mind, can you sit down and listen to what the old me has to say?" A glint flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes when these words of Gu Li were spoken. He smiled in his heart, but his face still maintained a cold and indifferent manner. He turned around and sat in front of the table. Gu Li and Qi Lin sighed in relief in their hearts when they saw Xiaoyan return to his original seat. They sighed softly and returned to their original seats. They looked at Xiaoyan together. It was as though they were afraid that Xiaoyan would run away again. Both of their eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan and were unwilling to shift away even a little. Cough, cough. Xiaoyan's old face reddened when he was stared at in this manner by the two of them. He was afraid that these two old fellows would be able to see through something. He hurriedly coughed twice before waking the two of them, who were once again silent. After recovering, Gu Li and Qi Lin once again looked at each other. The corners of their mouths curled slightly, after which, Gu Li sighed once again and slowly opened his mouth to speak. "Brother Yan Xiao, it is not that the old me, Gu Li, looks down on you. With Brother Yan Xiao's ability, no matter if it is strength or alchemy skills, no one will dare to look down on you in this southwest border. However," Gu Li paused for a moment when he spoke until this point. He glanced at Qi Lin before using his eyes to sweep around, as though he was afraid that something was eavesdropping. After a long while, after confirming that there was no one around, he continued to speak. "However, the matter that the old me wants to talk about may cause Wei Yi to be dissatisfied in his heart. However, he is after all the chief alchemist of our alchemist association. Normally, he has quite a bit of control over the matters of the association. If we openly invite Brother Yan Xiao here, I'm afraid that we will inevitably bump into him. Therefore, we can only helplessly choose to do this." Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned slightly when Gu Li's words reached this point. Even Wei Yi would feel dissatisfied after hearing it. Could it be that these two old fellows really wanted to forcefully vacate the position of chief alchemist in order to tie him down? Xiaoyan also felt a little displeased in his heart when he thought of this. His natural disposition was undisciplined and he was used to roaming all over the place. If these two old fellows really wanted to forcefully keep him here, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not stay even if they used all their strength. However, even though he had such thoughts in his heart, Xiao Yan really did not think that these two kind old men in front of him were such pedantic people before he knew the answer. Brother Yan Xiao should also know that the alchemist grand meeting is imminent. There are quite a number of people who have come to participate in the alchemist grand meeting this time around. Even the disciples of some of the large factions have been attracted to come. Hence, the value of this alchemist grand meeting can be said to be the greatest in many years. Of course, there are quite a number of people among them who have come for the champion spot of this alchemist grand meeting. However, everyone knows that this champion spot is not easy to obtain. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. Could the matter that Gu Li wanted to talk to him about be related to this alchemist grand meeting? When he thought of the alchemist grand meeting, in addition to Wei Yi that Gu Li had mentioned earlier, and the rank 2 alchemist from Nanlin City MOD whom he had met at the Union Pavilion earlier, Gu Li's motive for secretly inviting Xiao Yan over this time around was something that Xiao Yan had an idea in his heart. If he was right, Gu Li's actions should be to allow Xiao Yan to participate in this alchemist grand meeting. Moreover, he wanted Xiao Yan to do his best to obtain the champion spot in the grand meeting. Xiao Yan's eyes slowly narrowed when he thought of this. A flame light also flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes, causing the space in front of Xiao Yan to distort for a moment before it suddenly shattered in front of Gu Li's and Qi Lin's eyes. The two of them exchanged glances with each other. Their hearts were incomparably shocked. It was not easy for them to get Xiao Yan to sit down again. Why did he suddenly become angry for no reason at this moment? Just as they were about to speak, Xiao Yan was jolted back to his senses by the explosion. Immediately, he looked at Gu Li with a smile on his face and opened his mouth to speak. If I have guessed correctly, President Gu Li has invited me over today to help your Alchemist Association obtain the champion spot in this Alchemist Grand Meeting. Although these words sounded like a question to Gu Li, anyone could hear the certainty in Xiao Yan's words. When Gu Li and Qi Lin heard Xiao Yan's sudden words, their eyebrows also twitched. In their hearts, they were incomparably shocked by Xiao Yan's words. They did not expect that Xiao Yan had actually guessed what they were thinking in their hearts. However, these words were, after all, the truth in his heart. Therefore, although he was extremely shocked in his heart, Gu Li still nodded his head heavily. Seeing this, Xiao Yan once again smiled and said, "If President Gu Li's wish today is only like this, then I will not stay any longer. I have just stepped into the rank 2 alchemist. My heart is also incomparably fiery with regards to this alchemist grand meeting. If I have the ability, I will naturally not let it go." After his voice sounded, Xiao Yan had already stood up and walked out of the door. Gu Li and Qi Lin behind him also slowly stood up. This time, the two of them did not block Xiao Yan's path. Since the other party had already made it clear first, there was naturally no need for him to say anything more. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to step out of the room, Gu Li seemed to have thought of something and shouted towards Xiao Yan, "Brother Yan Xiao, I hope that you don't tell Wei Yi about today's matter. That fellow is naturally suspicious and will definitely do something out of line. At that time, we can avoid causing another big battle." The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a smile when he heard this. His body paused slightly as he smiled and said, "Relax, I won't say it. If I'm not wrong, the current Wei Yi should already be thinking too much in his heart." After his voice sounded, Xiao Yan's figure also disappeared from the sight of Gu Li and Qi Lin. When Gu Li and Qi Lin heard Xiao Yan's words, their expressions instantly froze. They stood in the same spot for a long time and did not recover from their shock. "Please add me. Please comment. Please recommend me. Those who are interested, please enter the group. Group number 4766687761. Chapter 126. At the same time that Xiao Yan had just left the Alchemist Association, Wei Yi's body, which was seated in front of a medicinal cauldron in a pill refining room, was trembling intensely at this moment. At this moment, there was a raging fury within his pair of shady old eyes that was about to spurt out. This scene also caused the black-robed man, who was standing respectfully by the side, to reveal an even more terrified expression. His head, which was originally lowered, was lowered even further at this moment. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. It was a long while later before Wei Yi forcefully withdrew from his heart that was filled with fury. He suppressed the fury in his heart and asked the black-robed man beside him, "That old thing Gu Li, why did he look for Yan Xiao?" The man was startled. He once again cried out bitterly in his heart. Earlier, he was interrogated by Xiao Yan. At this moment, he was being pressured by Wei Yi. Forget about him not knowing. Even if he knew, it was likely that he would have already been so frightened that he would have completely forgotten. After being shocked for a long while, this black-robed man finally opened his mouth and slowly said with a trembling body, Lord Wei Yi, this junior is also unaware." Huh? Before his voice sounded, a voice that was filled with an imposing aura had already rushed out from Wei Yi's mouth, causing the entire space to tremble intensely. After sensing the thread of dissatisfaction in Wei Yi's heart, the black-robed man's body suddenly became soft. He instantly knelt on the ground and his face was as pale as paper. "You mean that you don't know?" Wei Yi paused for a moment. He did not bother about the black-robed man kneeling on the ground. Instead, his eyes narrowed slightly. They turned into a thin line as he stared at the raging flame that was burning within the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He slowly raised his hand. Following the surge of an invisible force, the flame within the medicinal cauldron also changed form, transforming into an extremely brutal-looking magical beast. Immediately, Wei Yi opened his mouth and asked softly. Sensing the powerful spiritual pressure from Wei Yi's palm, the black-robed man's throat rolled a little as he glanced at the frightening magical beast within the medicinal cauldron. He was about to open his mouth. "If you're not saying anything, it means that you're admitting to it." Wei Yi's hand, which was spread in front of him, was suddenly clenched after these words were uttered. A thought was also emitted. The frightening raging flame magical beast within the medicinal cauldron also broke through the restraints of the medicinal cauldron with a bang and appeared within the pill refining room. Following the appearance of this enormous raging flame magical beast, the entire pill refining house began to shake and crumble. If it were not for the extraordinary materials used to build this pill refining house, it was likely that this pill refining house would have been turned into ruins the moment the magical beast appeared. The black-robed man's twos. He was certain that if this big fellow in front of him, of course, he definitely would not have the slightest chance of him had the man hurriedly raised his head and looked at Wei Yi as he thought of this. His eyes were filled with a pleading expression. However, before he could open his mouth, Wei Yi turned his head and met his eyes. His eyes were filled with indifference. "You are Gu Li's trusted aide. Since he is able to hand such a mission to you, it is naturally because he trusts you a lot. Now that you have betrayed him, it is only a matter of time before he discovers it. At that time, you will have difficulty escaping death no matter what. Rather than being turned into ashes and nothingness, why don't you lend me a hand? When someone is willing to buy it in the future, it can be considered as showing a little of your value." The man's expression instantly changed when Wei Yi's words sounded. He naturally understood the meaning behind Wei Yi's words. Immediately, his entire person became crazy as he roared at Wei Yi in a hysterical manner. "Wei, you have violated the rules of the world of alchemists. All living things in this world cannot be turned into pills in defiance of the heavens. If you forcefully refine me into a medicinal pill today, you will definitely be surrounded and attacked by the Alchemist Association and the various large factions." Wei Yi acted as though he did not hear this. A cold laugh was emitted from his mouth. The corners of his mouth lifted into an icy arc as he softly opened his mouth and laughed. "That's right. If news of this were to spread, the old me will naturally receive quite a bit of condemnation. I will definitely not be able to continue staying in this Alchemist Association. However, don't tell me that you have not noticed that there are only the two of us in this pill refining room. Even if there is a riot here, isn't it normal for a cauldron to explode when refining pills?" After his voice sounded, the enormous raging flame magical beast had already swallowed the black-robed man in one gulp without waiting for him to beg for mercy. It swallowed the black-robed man alive. After returning to the guest room, Xiao Yan's head fell onto the bed. Condensing an avatar for a long period of time had indeed caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel somewhat tired. When he thought of the two opponents he still had, his heart wanted to properly rest. The alchemist's grand meeting was just around the corner. If he did not reach his peak condition, he would inevitably suffer a loss when the time came. As Xiao Yan thought in this manner in his heart, the breathing of his entire body gradually became even. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to fall into a deep sleep, his gently shut eyes suddenly opened. His body twisted and he sat up. A flame glow instantly flashed across his clear eyes. Xiao Yan waved his large sleeve and the space in front of him was instantly torn apart, forming a spatial crack that was over 10 feet wide. A thought passed through his mind and a green-gold medicinal cauldron that was dozens of feet tall floated in the space in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan did not have the courage to let this big fellow crash to the ground. If he did so, Xiao Yan was certain that this inn would not have the chance to exist. The huge medicinal cauldron that Xiao Yan had taken out was the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron that was ranked second on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking that he had obtained in Yanluo City. Ever since Xiao Yan had obtained the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron, he had almost forgotten about it. During his time in the ancient savage city, various things had happened continuously. As a result, Xiao Yan could not recall this matter. Now it was time for him to take a good look at this Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. When Xiao Yan had just obtained it, he had only taken a quick glance at it. Now that he had seen it carefully, this Luo Tian Divine Cauldron could really be called a work of art. What was depicted on the body of the cauldron was the whirling world. Everything in this world was reflected on it. It was as though the entire world was included in it. This Luo Tian Divine Cauldron had actually included the entire world. It was indeed worthy of being ranked second on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking. Compared to those ancient magical beasts on the Thousand Beast Cauldron, this Luo Tian Divine Cauldron was even more imposing. It was able to subdue others with its strength. It was terrifying. However, under Xiao Yan's careful inspection, a crack line had appeared on the body of the cauldron. Xiao Yan was extremely shocked by the damage to the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. The Luo Tian Divine Cauldron was a frightening existence ranked second on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking. Its reputation on the continent was naturally known by everyone. It was impossible for anyone who obtained it to be damaged. However, from the looks of it, the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron was not simple. This is the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. Brat, you have found some good things while this old man was asleep. Suddenly, Gu Yu's voice seemed to have been transmitted from the depths of hell. It was faintly transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears, causing Xiao Yan's expression to involuntarily turn pale. The final drawing was a little off. It is really a story jam. However, I will try my best to make up for it. The first chapter is here. Please recommend it. Please comment. Please add it. Those who are interested can join the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 127. At a cursory glance, the medicinal cauldron did not appear strange. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that the entire medicinal cauldron was covered with cracks. At the very least, nearly half of the cauldron's body was filled with cracks that were almost penetrating. From top to bottom, these cracks spread out like a pine tree. Xiao Yan also saw the reason for all of this with a single glance. There was a clear blade scar on the top of the medicinal cauldron. This blade scar was the key to the damage to the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Yan's eyes focused on the domineering blade scar. His heart was also extremely shocked by it. The Luo Tian Divine Cauldron was ranked second on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking. Regardless of how much it could increase the success rate of refining medicine, just the materials used to refine the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron were extraordinary. An entire piece of heavenly sun green gold was something that even the entire fortune of an origin transformation expert could not compare to. This Luo Tian Divine Cauldron was made from an entire piece of heavenly sun green gold. This was also the reason why it was able to maintain its original shape without breaking after being seriously damaged. This was the first time that Xiao Yan had seen such a tough medicinal cauldron in many years. Xiao Yan slowly raised his hand. His fingertips swept over the domineering blade scar. The moment they made contact, The extremely domineering and terrifying aura left behind by the previous person instantly surged out from the blade scar. It attacked Xiao Yan's body, causing Xiao Yan's expression to instantly turn pale. Ha! Suddenly, a cold snort was emitted from Xiao Yan's body. The extremely domineering blade chi also broke with this sound. Even though this was the case, the exploding blade chi still caused quite a large impact within Xiao Yan's body. Grug! Xiao Yan's body also suddenly took a couple of steps back the moment the blade chi exploded. A mouthful of blood was involuntarily spat out. Humph! A mere remnant blade aura actually dares to flaunt in front of this old man. Forget about a mere blade aura. Even if your actual body was here, you would not have the ability to do so. Gu Yu's figure slowly appeared beside Xiao Yan. A cold snort was emitted from his mouth as he waved his sleeve. An invisible force immediately attacked and once again struck the blade scar. Boom! A muffled sound appeared. The remnant blade aura on the saber instantly exploded. It had been eliminated by Gu Yu. Gu Yu turned his head to look at Xiao Yan, who was half kneeling on the ground. His nose emitted a soft snort as he softly reprimanded. Although the strength of a fellow of this level is not great, he is still not someone you can casually touch. Do you think that the blade scar has lost its might after nearly 1,000 years? You really do not know the immensity of the heavens and earth. If the old me was not here today, when the blade aura completely erupted, it is likely that even this savage ancient city would be instantly destroyed. With just you, humph! Xiao Yan once again coughed violently a couple of times after Gu Yu's words were uttered. The muscles on his face twitched, destroying the entire savage ancient city with a single strike in an instant. Xiao Yan was certain that even if he self-destructed with all his strength and used the heavenly flame within his body, he would not be able to create such a frightening attack. However, at this moment, such a small blade aura was actually able to create such a frightening attack. This was truly shocking. Xiao Yan quietly rejoiced in his heart while feeling shocked. It was fortunate that old Gu was present today. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. In Xiao Yan's heart, he became increasingly curious about the expert who had left behind this blade scar. To be able to leave behind such a powerful blade aura that did not scatter after 1,000 years, the strength of this expert was likely at least at the Great Origin King level. The Great Origin King level. The current Xiao Yan did not even dare to imagine it. An expert of that level would have a place even on the continent. Yet, this medicinal cauldron contained a full-force attack from the other party. It was likely that the previous owner of the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron was not a mediocre person. Xiao Yan involuntarily coughed a couple of times after sighing in his heart. He hurriedly took out a Tier 9 recovery pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. A warm current swiftly spread from Xiao Yan's abdomen after the medicinal pill entered his body. The injuries within his body gradually recovered. Gu Yu once again emitted a soft snort when Xiao Yan stood up. His shriveled hand was spread in front of Xiao Yan as he spoke in a faint voice. Take it. This thing is endlessly beneficial to you. Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows. He looked at Gu Yu's hand. A jade-like bead lay quietly in his palm. This? Xiao Yan was just about to inquire when Gu Yu quickly opened his mouth to speak. Don't think too much. The old me has nothing to give you. This is the blade aura from earlier. However, after being refined by the old me, some of that person's understanding of the blade remains within it. Although your weapon is not a large blade, the two are similar. You should be able to gain a lot of understanding from it. A feeling surged in Xiao Yan's heart when he heard Gu Yu's words. Gu Yu usually stuck to his duty and basically ignored Xiao Yan. However, at this moment he was still thinking about Xiao Yan's strength. How could this action not touch Xiao Yan's heart? Xiao Yan was a person who would return the favor tenfold. He did not hesitate to take half a step back when he saw Gu Yu act so righteously. He respectfully bowed to Gu Yu. This junior thanks elder for your kindness. A glint flashed across Gu Yu's eyes when he saw Xiao Yan's actions. A smile of praise flashed across the corner of his mouth, but it only lasted for an instant. Gu Yu returned to normal an instant later. He snorted softly as a reply to Xiao Yan. He tossed the bead in his hand to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan hurriedly caught it and carefully observed the bead in his hand. Gu Yu ignored Xiao Yan's existence and looked at the Luo Tian divine cauldron. More accurately speaking, he was looking at the blade scar on the Luo Tian divine cauldron. A long while later, Gu Yu glanced at Xiao Yan by the side. He curled his lips and his deep old eyes looked at the blade scar. After which, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "What happened? Since the blade aura has been broken, your seal has also been broken. Are you not planning to come out and let us get to know you? Or do you want this old me to personally drag you out?" Xiao Yan's expression changed after Gu Yu uttered these words. He looked at Gu Yu and frowned. He followed Gu Yu's gaze and the expression in his eyes changed again. Gu Yu was actually speaking to the blade scar. The Luo Tian divine cauldron seemed to have sensed something after Gu Yu's words sounded. After hesitating for a moment, it finally sighed. After which, a transparent human figure slowly floated out of the Luo Tian divine cauldron and appeared in front of Xiao Yan and Gu Yu's eyes. The second update is here. Please add it. Please comment. Please recommend it. Those who are interested can join the group. Group number 4766687761. Chapter 128. Xiao Yan's eyes stared at this film-like transparent human figure in front of him. His heart immediately felt a shock. The Yuanwu continent's rule strength was different from the Douqi continent. This caused one's soul to be unable to endure for long without a physical body before reaching the Dou-D class. It was only a matter of time before one's soul was destroyed. At this moment, the illusory human figure in front of Xiao Yan was actually standing in front of him. Moreover, he had come out of the Luo Tian divine cauldron. Did this not mean that his strength was at least that of an elite Dou-D? Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly shrank when he thought of this. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the person in front of him. That transparent, illusory human figure completely ignored Xiao Yan's gaze. It was as though he was ignoring Xiao Yan. His eyes stared intently at Gu Yu in front of him. He was silent for a long time. Even the current Xiao Yan was unaware of Gu Yu's strength. The only thing he could guess was that Gu Yu's true strength was likely not inferior to an expert from the Origin sect. This also caused Xiao Yan to become a little bolder. Although Gu Yu would uphold his duty and not intervene on Xiao Yan's behalf, Xiao Yan clearly understood in his heart that Gu Yu would not simply stand by and do nothing if it was a life-and-death situation. You are finally willing to come out by yourself. Gu Yu parted his mouth and smiled as he looked at the illusory human figure in front of him. He crossed his arms over his chest and slowly laughed. The human figure's expression became grave upon seeing this. He could sense an invisible pressure in front of Gu Yu. That kind of pressure wasn't intentional. Instead, it was the aura that an absolute expert possessed. Within this aura, anyone's strength would be suppressed out of nowhere. As for him, as a spirit body, the pressure that he felt was akin to Mount Tai pressing down on him. Gu Yu lifted his brows when he sensed the discomfort of the illusory human figure. A thought passed through his heart and the invisible aura around him quietly disappeared. At this moment, Gu Yu appeared just like an ordinary old man. One could not sense the slightest fluctuation from him. That human figure recovered the moment the aura around him disappeared. His face was filled with shock as he looked at Gu Yu. Gu Yu was able to control his own aura and control the creation of the world. Such strength was something that even he at his peak could not compare with. The illusory human figure once again sighed in his heart. He was merely shocked by Gu Yu's great strength for a moment before he suppressed it. After which, he slowly opened his mouth and spoke. "That's right, I have come out by myself. I have lived for so long that I do not wish to die." Gu Yu smiled. He ignored the strange expression on Xiao Yan's face as he opened his mouth and laughed. "Are you not going to introduce yourself? The old me is Zhou Tong, someone from 1,000 years ago. May I know if this younger generation has heard of me?" Zhou Tong's eyes looked at Xiao Yan as he slowly opened his mouth and spoke. Xiao Yan was non-committal. He curled his mouth. He was not someone from the Origin martial continent. How would he know this old fellow? Zhou Tong also let out a miserable smile when he saw this manner that was revealed on Xiao Yan's face. However, he did not say anything. How could a person who had already died be known by these younger generation members from over 1,000 years later? It was really laughable. Guyu smiled in a non-committal manner. Then, he opened his mouth and said, "Don't worry." Then, he said, "The connection between you and the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron has yet to be severed." Zhou Tong's expression changed the moment Gu Yu's words sounded. However, after a moment of silence, he sighed and opened his mouth to speak. "It will be severed sooner or later. However, whether it will be severed today will depend on you." Gu Yu frowned upon hearing this. His old eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhou Tong. There was an iciness surging within his eyes. Many tiny ice fragments slowly appeared around Gu Yu. The strength of the bone-chilling flame had also been activated. Zhou Tong's expression instantly changed when he saw this scene. Those fine ice fragments caused him to feel a rather dangerous feeling. "If you want my Luo Tian Divine Cauldron, you must help me settle a matter." This time around, the ground around Gu Yu was covered in ice. This was also his current mood. Zhou Tong ignored him. Instead, his expression returned to normal as he continued to speak. "Help me kill someone. Otherwise, this Luo Tian Divine Cauldron will be turned into a pile of dust even if I have to risk my life. Are you threatening me?" The piercing cold ice turned into sharp icicles that floated around Zhou Tong. With just a thought from Gu Yu, Zhou Tong would definitely die in the next moment. "This is not a threat. You can view it as a threat." Although he was extremely nervous in his heart, Zhou Tong still maintained an unyielding attitude as he slowly opened his mouth to speak. The instant he spoke, the icicle was merely inches away from his body. He could even feel that at this moment, even this wisp of remnant soul of his felt as though it was about to be frozen. Gu Yu's eyes were icy cold as he looked at the determined Zhou Tong. He inhaled a deep breath of air and slowly turned his head to look at Xiao Yan. "You will kill?" A strange expression was revealed on Xiao Yan's face when he saw this. The conversation between the two of them had always been unclear. No matter how he listened, he was only able to roughly understand. At this moment, the only thing he knew was that if he wanted to obtain the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron, he must help this old man, who would not die, kill someone. "Ugh! Elders, can you first tell me how I can take away this Luo Tian Divine Cauldron?" The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched. He timidly looked at these two hostile old fellows and smiled awkwardly. "Help him kill the person who injured him. He will take the initiative to cut off his connection with the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. The Luo Tian Divine Cauldron will naturally belong to you." Xiao Yan instantly understood after Gu Yu spoke. In order to obtain the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron, he had to kill an expert who was at least an advanced origin king. Forget about the fact that he did not have the strength to kill such a person. It was impossible for him to even meet such a person even if he wanted to. Zhou Tong once again smiled, as if he had sensed the distress in Xiao Yan's heart. He opened his mouth and said, "I don't need you to find him. I only need you to take revenge for me when you meet him. I can hand the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron to you now. However, the prerequisite is that you must swear on the lightning penalty oath." "Humph! From what I see, there is no need for that." Gu Yu's body instantly ignited with a fierce heavenly flame before Zhou Tong's voice sounded. The dense white flame danced around Gu Yu's body like a spirit. Zhou Tong's expression instantly changed when he saw the dense white flame on Gu Yu's body. Given his experience, he naturally knew what this flame was. "Bone-chilling flame. You are a fire spirit." Zhou Tong's eyes were widened as he looked at Gu Yu. His eyes were filled with shock. No wonder Xiao Yan, who was merely a small bandit, was accompanied by such a powerful expert. It was actually the spirit of a heavenly flame. Everyone knew that all the heavenly flames in the world had already turned into spirits. Those who could get them to follow were not those who possessed heaven-defying talent. They were all dragons amongst men. As a person, one had to follow the heavens. Otherwise, the heavenly flame would take the initiative to leave. No one knew the reason, but all the owners of the heavenly flames had to follow this rule. At this moment, Xiao Yan was able to obtain the favor of a heavenly flame. Moreover, it was the bone-chilling flame which was ranked 11th on the heavenly flame ranking. With such a status, the lightning penalty oath was basically nothing to him. There was really no need for the lightning penalty oath. I can acquiesce to the lightning penalty oath. However, I hope that you will remember the matter that the old me has entrusted you with. Please remember that person is called Fu Tu Hao. Zhou Tong's originally illusionary body slowly scattered after his voice sounded. Gu Yu's hand was once again extended forward when his body was about to completely disappear. A suction force surged from his hand, and Zhou Tong's shattered soul was forcefully withdrawn by Gu Yu. A moment later, a fist-sized cream-white light cluster appeared in front of Xiao Yan. This was the essence spirit that Zhou Tong's remnant soul had gathered and refined. Give it to me. This spiritual light cluster is sufficiently pure. As long as you are careful, it should be able to merge with your ancestor's remnant soul. It can be considered a nourishment for him. It is a little strange. His condition is not good. However, this segment is finally over. Next, I will prepare to refine medicine. Please recommend me. Please comment. Please add me. Those who are interested, please join the group. Group number 4766686761. Chapter 129. Time flashed by and the alchemist's grand meeting was just around the corner. The day that Xiao Yan had been anticipating for a long time had finally arrived. Everyone in the ancient wildland city was focused on it, and another fiery wave was about to surge. Xiao Yan's body, which was seated on the bed, gently trembled. Soon after, Xiao Yan's figure instantly disappeared from the inn. The space at a certain spot in the sky was slightly distorted. Xiao Yan's figure slowly appeared. He was not the first person to stand in the empty space. At this moment, there were already dozens of experts with strong and solid auras standing in the sky. And these people, among them, the weakest had the strength of a one-star half-martial emperor. As for the strongest, their strength had already reached the frightening level of an 8-star half-martial emperor. Such a lineup could be said to be terrifying. Xiao Yan's appearance had clearly caused these fellows to be shocked for an instant. After seeing Xiao Yan's face clearly, many of them frowned slightly. Such an immature brat actually dared to stand in the sky. Did he really think that anyone could do so at this level? However, in the next instant, everyone's expressions changed once again when they sensed the obscure aura on Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's aura was not the slightest bit weaker than some of the core experts among them. This fellow, who appeared to be a member of the younger generation, was actually a powerful half-martial emperor. While everyone was shocked by Xiao Yan's strength, a figure instantly streaked across the sky and arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Before the person arrived, a thunderous voice had already spread over in a mighty manner, causing the entire place to tremble. "Ha ha, Brother Yan Xiao, it has only been a few days since we last met. The aura on your body has become even more powerful. Ha ha ha." As soon as these words were spoken, the half-emperor experts standing in the sky instantly came to an understanding. No wonder this person possessed such a powerful strength at such a young age. He was actually Yan Xiao, who was the most famous person in the ancient city of Wildlands. Due to this, the gazes that everyone used to look at Xiao Yan had an additional admiration. There was even a glint in the eyes of some people as they took the initiative to get close to Xiao Yan. Recently, Xiao Yan's half-martial emperor-level strength was not the main reason for his fame. Instead, it was his peerless and exquisite medicine refinement skills that shocked everyone. At such a young age, not only had his strength reached the half-step emperor realm, but his alchemy skills had also surpassed his predecessors, reaching the second-order emperor realm. It should be known that a Tier 2 alchemist was someone that even these 8-star Bandi emperors among them were extremely envious of. The medicinal pills refined by a Tier 2 alchemist could be considered the best in the world in the eyes of everyone below the Do D class. They possessed endless benefits in raising one's strength. The true strength of a Tier 2 alchemist could also be seen at this moment. Xiao Yan smiled in a bold manner when he saw Qin Zhong walking over. There was no need for him to be overly formal when facing such a person. Otherwise, he would end up being looked at unpleasantly. "Brother Qin Zhong, it has been a few days since we last met. Are you heading to the alchemist grand meeting? Qin Zhong once again smiled when he heard this. He laughed and said, "Of course, the alchemist grand meeting this time around is extremely lively. If I don't go and take a look, wouldn't I be wasting such a good opportunity?" The two of them once again smiled at each other. Just as they were about to head in the direction of the alchemist grand meeting, another human figure flew over. This person was Elder Xian from the Yunin Pavilion. "Cuckoo! Brother Yan Shao, shall we travel together?" When Elder Xian's words left his mouth, even Qin Zhong, who was beside Xiao Yan, was stunned. What kind of faction was the Yunin Pavilion? As the representative of the Yunin Pavilion to participate in the alchemist grand meeting, Elder Xian's identity naturally represented the entire Yunin Pavilion. However, he had actually requested to travel together with Xiao Yan. The meaning behind this was self-evident. Xiao Yan was also stunned for an instant because of old Xian's sudden words. Immediately, he reacted. He smiled and nodded before slowly opening his mouth to speak. He slowly said, "It is naturally my honor to be able to travel together with Elder Xian." Elder Xian smiled in a non-committal manner. The three of them moved. Their feet stepped on empty air as they flew toward the grand meeting venue. After the three of them disappeared, the various Band D-class experts in the sky finally recovered. They looked in the direction where Xiao Yan's group had disappeared and were silent for a long time. A moment later, Xiao Yan's group arrived at a spacious plaza. This plaza could be said to be the largest plaza that Xiao Yan had ever seen. The number of people it could accommodate was so large that even if everyone in the ancient savage city stood on it, it would still be difficult to fill it. From this, one could imagine how spacious this plaza was. The most different thing was that this plaza was actually located in the endless void. This was the first time that Xiao Yan had seen such a scene. "Cuckoo! Little friend Yan Shao, Brother Xian Yi, Brother Qin Zhong, since the three of you are here, please take your seats." When the three of them landed on the plaza in the void, Chairman Gu Li had already noticed Xiao Yan's arrival. He cupped his hands together and greeted Xiao Yan's group with a smile from afar. The three of them were not reserved at all when they saw this. They followed Gu Li to a viewing platform. As the number one faction in the ancient savage city, Yunin Pavilion naturally had a seat on the judging panel. Qin Zhong's strength was also not ordinary. Although his seat was not as good as Elder Xian's, it was still a good seat. Only Xiao Yan did not have a seat even though he had many tricks up his sleeve. He was after all a new guest of the ancient savage city and did not have a seat. "Cuckoo, Brother Yan Shao should come with this old man. With Brother Yan Zhao's strength, there should be a seat for you on the judging panel. Those two are also there." At the end of his words, Gu Li's voice vaguely contained a hint of warning. However, Xiao Yan still nodded and smiled. Since there was already a seat for him, there was naturally no need to be courteous. Even if Wei Yi and MOD were also present, could it be that he was afraid? After everyone took their seats, Xiao Yan discovered that Elder Xian was seated close to him. His eyes involuntarily narrowed as he swept a glance at Qi Lin, who was seated by the side. A thought flashed across his mind. This seat was likely purposely arranged by Gu Li. "Cuckoo! Isn't this the new rank 2 alchemist from our alchemist association, little brother Yan Shao? Why? Can't help but want to show off your skills after having some superficial understanding of high-rank alchemists? From what this old man sees, you should go back and train for a few more years. Hey, you have not even seen an Emperor-tier medicinal pill and you already want to refine one. You are really indulging in fantasy." The person who spoke was naturally the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association, Wei Yi. From his words, one could tell that he had quite a big prejudice against Xiao Yan. "Heh, haven't you also not seen many Emperor-tier medicinal pills? Yet you are still trying to show off in front of a member of the younger generation. He will naturally not let go of such a good learning opportunity. On the other hand, once this old man has finished refining the pill, I can let you take a look at it. Otherwise, you will be a frog at the bottom of a well for the rest of your life." Wei Yi's words had just sounded when another cold voice was quickly emitted. Xiao Yan did not even need to look at this person to know that this person was definitely the rank 2 alchemist from Nanlin City, MOD. Dong. After MOD's words sounded, Wei Yi was just about to open his mouth to speak when a bell chime that resounded across the sky slowly spread from the middle of the square. It reverberated across the empty square and did not disappear for a long time. It was a long while later when the chairman of the Alchemist Association, Gu Li, stood in the middle of the square. His hands were behind his back as his eyes swept across the entire square. Soon after, a vigorous and powerful voice was slowly spat out from Gu Li's mouth. I hereby announce that the Alchemist Grand Meeting has begun. 2 updates today. The first update has been submitted, but I am not in the right state. Please add it. Please comment. Please recommend it. Those who are interested, please join the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 130. As soon as Gu Li finished speaking, with a thought, the terrifying spiritual energy that was as vast as the sea instantly swept out and spread over the entire square. Immediately after, thousands of stone platforms appeared out of thin air and floated in the middle of the square. Above them, there was also Gu Li's spiritual energy that released an extremely terrifying spiritual pressure. Under this situation, the thousands of alchemists in the viewing gallery leaped one after another. Their bodies flashed a couple of times before they appeared on the suspended stone stage. The moment they stepped onto the stone platform, a frightening pressure, which was as heavy as Mount Tai, suddenly landed on their bodies, causing their bodies to involuntarily sink. Some of them even struggled to hold on for a few breaths before their bodies became unstable and fell off the stone platforms. After that, those people were disqualified from the competition by Gu Li and could only resentfully withdraw from the arena. Of course, the majority of these people obviously knew a thing or two about the rules of the stone platforms. The moment the spiritual pressure attacked, an invisible spiritual energy instantly swept out from between everyone's eyebrows and tried its best to resist the terrifying spiritual pressure. At the same time, their feet did not dare to relax in the slightest. These stone platforms were suspended in the air, but it did not mean that they were absolutely stable. Under the resistance of the two forces, many of the stone platforms had already begun to tilt. At this moment, the second round of the elimination round had officially begun. In merely a moment, quite a number of people once again fell from the stone stage. In less than 2 hours, nearly half of the thousands of people on the stone stage had fallen off. At this moment, the people who were still standing on the stone platforms naturally did not have it easy. Although they could barely stabilize the stone platforms under their feet, there were still many people whose stone platforms seemed to be shaking. If this round lasted a little longer, there would be many people who would fall off the stone platforms. Of course, it was not that there were no powerful people among them. Among them, there were no less than 10 grade 9 alchemists who stood proudly under the tyrannical spiritual pressure. It was obvious that the spiritual pressure had not reached their limit. This also caused Gu Li, who had been observing everyone, to reveal a satisfied smile on his face. In the viewing platform, Xiao Yan was also amazed by the scene in the square. This method was really to end the battle quickly. Given Gu Li's spiritual strength, if it were to really erupt, these Tier 8 and Tier 9 alchemists would not be able to endure the aftershock. However, this method of Gu Li's at this moment was the fastest method to complete the elimination round. Once these 2 elimination rounds were over, it was time for the real battle. After all, alchemists were most proficient in their alchemy skills. When the time for the second round arrived, Gu Li's spiritual pressure, which had spread over the entire empty square, instantly withdrew like floodwaters. There was no need to say anything more. The third round of pill refinement had officially begun. In the eyes of the current Xiao Yan and the rest, the competition between the grade 8 and grade 9 alchemists was just like a child playing around. There was nothing worth watching. Therefore, after the start of the alchemy, Xiao Yan, who was in the viewing platform, had already fallen asleep due to boredom. If it was not because Gu Li and the rest were beside him, it was likely that he would have already turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, 8 hours had already quietly passed. Everyone in the viewing platform also had bored expressions. At a glance, other than a few individuals, everyone else appeared to have fallen asleep. Cough, cough! Suddenly, a soft cough sounded in the viewing platform. Xiao Yan was also woken up by this soft cough. Haha, old brother Wei Yi, look. This place is so boring. The both of us have not met for so many years. Now, this old man is very curious about the strength between the both of us. Why don't we have a game? The person who spoke was MOD from Nanlin City. At this moment, MOD had a strange smile on his face as he looked at Wei Yi. He played with the teacup in his hand and smiled as he spoke. Humph, what is there to talk about between the both of us? If you want to know my true strength, wait until the grand meeting. When Wei Yi heard MOD's words, he let out a cold snort. His face was cold as he glanced at MOD from the corner of his eyes. MOD was not surprised by this at all. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He lifted his eyes to look at Wei Yi with disdain and sneered. Why, old brother Wei Yi, do you not dare to compete with this old man? I think it is not that you do not want to reveal your strength. Instead, it is that you do not have the ability to compete with this old man. After so many years, your alchemy skills are still stagnant. MOD, you are courting death. MOD's provocative words caused the anger in Wei Yi's heart to soar. His shriveled hand slammed onto the armrest of the stone chair. Stone fragments shot out as Wei Yi stood up. With a cold snort, the powerful do qi within Wei Yi's body instantly surged. The frightening aura that belonged to a one-star half-emperor swept out in an instant and ruthlessly smashed towards MOD. Hey, why? Do you still wish to fight with this old man? Do you think that I am afraid of you? MOD once again emitted a cold laugh when he saw this. A thought passed through his mind, and an extremely overbearing and frightening aura swept out from within his body. It violently collided with Wei Yi's aura. Bang! With a bang, the figures of the experts in the viewing gallery hurriedly withdrew. Gu Li's face was gloomy as he looked at the two of them. In the end, he did not say anything. On the other hand, Wei Yi's face was grave as he looked at MOD. After so many years, his strength had remained at the level of a one-star half-emperor. It was likely impossible for him to advance any further. However, at this moment, when he saw MOD's strength, he realized that he had already reached the level of a 3-star half-emperor. However, he had already reached the level of a 3-star bandit. On the surface, he was about the same level as Xiao Yan. How could he possibly deal with such a strength? Humph! Even though this old man's strength is inferior to yours, this old man has never been afraid of anyone when it comes to spiritual strength. A glint flashed across MOD's eyes when he heard this. He coldly laughed and said, Oh, is that so? Since you are confident that your spiritual strength will not lose to mine, the both of us are ultimately alchemists. In that case, let's have some fun today. This is something related to alchemists. MOD slowly lifted his hand after his words sounded. With a thought, a cluster of green-blue flames appeared in MOD's palm with a puff sound. Xiao Yan was also attracted by this flame as he turned his gaze over. Their gazes coincidentally made contact with each other. MOD smiled once again. The sneer at the corners of his mouth became even more intense as he slowly opened his mouth and said, Why don't Brother Yan Xiao join us? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. His eyes narrowed as he looked at MOD. In the end, he softly laughed and lazily opened his mouth to reply, Not interested. At this moment, MOD clearly wanted to find out the true strength of the two of them. How could he easily let go of the opportunity to let Xiao Yan fight? It's boring with just the two of us. Why don't Brother Yan Xiao join us? At the very most, we can add some stakes. Won't this be more interesting? MOD flipped his hand after his voice sounded. A scarlet gold crystal appeared in MOD's hand. Xiao Yan's expression had finally changed at this moment. After staring at the crystal, Xiao Yan raised his eyes to look at MOD and nodded his head heavily. Requesting collection. Requesting collection. Requesting collection. Interested parties, please join the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 131. Xiao Yan and the other two stood in front of the judges' seats on the empty square. The commotion in front of the seats naturally attracted the gazes of quite a number of spectators in the viewing gallery. A look of surprise surged in everyone's eyes when they saw the three of them. There was no need to mention Wei Yi's identity. The hundreds of thousands of people present were also extremely familiar with him. As the chief alchemist of Nanlin City, MOD naturally knew a thing or two about him in their hearts. However, Xiao Yan had only just obtained the qualification to become a rank 2 alchemist. From the way everyone saw it, Xiao Yan was merely a quasi-rank 2 alchemist. Although he had some foundation, how could he stand side by side with MOD and Wei Yi? The current scene caused everyone to point fingers at Xiao Yan. He is merely a fellow who has just obtained the qualification to become a rank 2 alchemist. Even if he has some strength, he actually dares to provoke elders Wei Yi and Wei Yi in public. He really does not know his limits. TCH, since Elder Yan Xiao dares to step forward, it means that he is not afraid of Elder Mo and Elder D. You should know that he has registered to participate in the Alchemist Grand Meeting. If he did not have the strength, how could he be here? That's right. Isn't he just jealous that Elder Yan Xiao possesses such strength at such a young age? If you have the ability, you should also train with him. That's right. The three people who were the new main characters in the square also stirred up quite a number of heated discussions below the stage. However, after all was said and done, the number of people who supported Xiao Yan was ultimately greater. After all, Xiao Yan had ruthlessly beaten up the Li clan's ancestor, Li Gan, a month ago. That fellow was not a good person in the eyes of everyone. The reason why he did not have the nerve to come to the Alchemist Grand Meeting today was because he was afraid of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan and the other two completely ignored the heated discussions of the outsiders. It was a long while later before the corners of MOD's mouth curled into a smile. He slowly opened his mouth and laughed. Since the three of us are alchemists, I believe that the two of you should already be considered to have reached the pinnacle of mastery in controlling flames. A cold snort was emitted from Wei Yi's nose when he heard MOD's words. Clearly, he was quite confident in his flame-controlling skills. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, gently lifted his brows. He randomly glanced at MOD but was non-committal. The corners of MOD's mouth curled into a smile again. The gap between the three of us in terms of spiritual strength is not large. If we were to compete with spiritual strength, it is likely that it will be difficult to obtain a good result. Therefore, we will use our own flames to fight. This can also be considered a quick battle. What do you think? Wei Yi involuntarily frowned when he heard this. He did not agree with MOD's suggestion. As for Xiao Yan, he still had an extremely calm expression and did not comment. The corners of MOD's mouth curled into a sneer when he saw that there was no reaction from the two of them. He had great confidence in his flame. At the very least, Wei Yi's flame could not be compared to it. As for Xiao Yan, in his opinion, even if Xiao Yan was also a rank 2 alchemist and his strength was similar to his, he was still a brat who had just left the mountains. What kind of divine flame could he have? As this thought flashed across MOD's mind, an extremely domineering ink-colored flame within the vortex in his body turned into a serpent. After it shuttled through the meridians in MOD's body, it instantly struck out from his palm. The serpent grew rapidly against the wind and turned into a giant python that was a few thousand feet long. It coiled in the empty space above 100,000 feet in size with an awe-inspiring aura. As soon as the serpent appeared, the medicinal cauldrons of many participants, who were sitting cross-legged on the stone platforms and refining pills, emitted a muffled pop sound. Clearly, the medicinal pills that were not even halfway through were destroyed by MOD's sudden appearance. At this moment, Chairman Gu Li could no longer sit still. With so many participants obstructed in refining pills, it would be difficult for him, the chairman, to explain himself. MOD, what are you trying to do in my Alchemist Association? This is the Alchemist Grand Meeting. It is not a place where you can cause trouble as you wish. MOD sneered when he saw Gu Li's furious expression. He opened his mouth and laughed. President Gu Li, could it be that you didn't see it? There are quite a number of people who are still concocting medicine. The reason why those people failed and destroyed the pills was because they weren't focused enough when they were concocting the pills. This move of mine has helped your Alchemist Association pick out quite a number of elites. It's fine if you don't thank me, but instead blame me. You? Haha, Chairman, Brother Mo's words are not without reason. Our alchemist association is not a shelter. Not just anyone can enter and leave as they wish. This time, before Guli could say anything, the corners of Wei Yi's mouth lifted into a mocking smile as he sneered. When MOD heard these words from Wei Yi's mouth, his eyebrows lifted slightly. It seemed that the relationship between Wei Yi and Guli was just as the outside world had said. They were close to being enemies. Wei Yi's words clearly caused the faces of many alchemists present to turn gloomy. If it was not for Wei Yi's powerful strength and his status as the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association, it was likely that many people would have rushed up to the judges' seats to kill him. Wei Yi's thoughts moved after his words sounded. He opened his mouth and a cluster of green-gold flames instantly turned into a fire pillar as it shot out from his mouth and soared into the sky. In an instant, the green-gold flames and the dragon snake stood in the air. After a few transformations, they transformed into a magical beast that looked quite brutal. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it roared continuously in the air. It glared angrily at the dragon snake. From the looks of it, there would definitely be a battle between these two beasts. When these two furious beasts soared into the sky, the MOD duo looked at Xiao Yan in unison. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Old brother Yan Xiao, since this old man and brother Wei have both revealed our skills, it should be your turn next. MOD was clearly certain that Xiao Yan would not be able to take out any famous flames. Hence, when he spoke, his voice was extremely loud, allowing everyone in the square to hear him clearly. Their gazes involuntarily turned over. When Xiao Yan saw MOD's move, a cold glint surfaced in his eyes. He did not offend this fellow. Although he had participated in the Alchemist Grand Meeting, there was no need for him to treat him in such a manner. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and viciously glared at MOD. This caused MOD's heart to involuntarily tremble. However, MOD immediately smiled coldly at Xiao Yan. The coldness he felt towards Xiao Yan had completely disappeared. In MOD's opinion, he was a rank 2 alchemist. Even an 8-star half-emperor would not dare to easily oppose him. Xiao Yan was merely a 3-star half-emperor. Even if he had the strength to surpass 3 stars, it was absolutely impossible for him to do anything to MOD. Xiao Yan ignored MOD's cold smile. At this moment, the only thing that was still concerned about in his heart was the scarlet flame crystal that MOD had taken out. If not for this reason, Xiao Yan would not be interested in playing around with him. Curling the corners of his mouth, Xiao Yan lifted his eyes to look at MOD. He extended his hand and spread it in front of MOD. MOD also smiled disdainfully as he looked at Xiao Yan. He did not say anything. A thought passed through MOD's mind and the heavenly flame within his body instantly surged. When the two clusters of flames had appeared earlier, the heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body had already become violent. If it was not for Xiao Yan suppressing it, it was likely that these two giant beasts would not have the chance to behave so atrociously in this 100,000 feet wide sky. Puff! A muffled sound was heard. Gorgeous multicolored flames spurted out from Xiao Yan's palm. In an instant, the flames within the medicinal cauldrons of all the competitors were immediately extinguished. The medicinal pills that had yet to be completed were once again turned into ashes. In the sky, the two raging flame magical beasts, which had been roaring furiously at each other earlier, instantly turned into docile sheep. Their enormous bodies also rapidly shrank. They flew down and circled around the heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's hand, emitting waves of obedient low roars. MOD and Wei Yi's eyes were also stunned at this moment. Even Gu Li, Qi Lin and the rest, who were seated in the viewing gallery, were also stunned at this moment. Their eyes stared intently at the flame in Xiao Yan's palm. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was a long while later before everyone opened their mouths and cried out in unison, as if they had agreed beforehand. Heavenly flame! Please recommend it. Please comment. Please add it. Those who are interested, please join the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 132. Heavenly Flame. Everyone in the empty square was shocked when the flame appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. Even the many competitors whose pills had been destroyed no longer had the time to care about the medicinal cauldrons in front of them. Instead, they turned their gazes towards Xiaoyan. The dozens of half-emperors around the viewing gallery also turned their gazes towards Xiaoyan. More accurately speaking, they were looking at the magnificent flame in Xiaoyan's palm. Given the experience of these old fellows, they might not be able to recognize just what kind of heavenly flame in Xiaoyan's hand, but they were 100% certain that the flame in Xiaoyan's hand was definitely a heavenly flame of this world. The might of a heavenly flame was unpredictable. Now that the heavenly flame had appeared, all flames would bow to it. There was no need for the battle between the three of them to continue. Even if MOD wanted to continue fighting with Xiaoyan, he had no chance of winning. In front of a heavenly flame, even if he could use his own strength to increase the might of the black flame, he would still be unable to compete with Xiaoyan. If he wanted to defeat Xiaoyan, he could only wait until the time to refine pills. Humph! A cold snort was emitted from MOD's nose as he waved his sleeve. With a thought, he forcefully withdrew the black flame, which had become as docile as a sheep. Then, he turned around and returned to his seat. Today, he had viciously slapped himself a few times in public. This kind of pain caused a rank 2 alchemist like him to be extremely furious. Brother MOD, why are you in such a hurry to take a step back? You haven't given me your stake yet. Don't tell me that you, a dignified rank 2 alchemist, still want to renege on your debt in front of everyone? Quite a number of people involuntarily laughed out loud when they heard the words from Xiaoyan's mouth. This MOD could be said to have walked the same path as Li Gan. MOD's eyes were about to spit fire because of Xiaoyan's words. His old face had instantly become distorted the moment he turned around. The viciousness in his heart was unknown just how great it was. Swoosh! With a wave of his sleeve, a sharp rushing wind sound instantly appeared. A scarlet gold ray of light suddenly shot out from MOD's sleeve. It was just like a sharp blade that cut through the air and ruthlessly shot towards Xiaoyan. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was lifted into a cold smile when he saw this. A thought passed through his heart and a circular brilliant flame appeared from nowhere around the flowing light when it shot over, forcefully wrapping it within it. Chi! A chi sound. MOD's heart was filled with anger towards Xiaoyan when he saw this. However, his anger ultimately turned into a cold snort. He waved his sleeve and walked away. The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth also revealed a faint smile. He would naturally not let go of the scarlet flame crystal. The previous scene was merely a smokescreen. At this moment, the scarlet flame crystal had already fallen into the realm that Xiaoyan had opened. After MOD left, Xiaoyan casually glanced at the small green-gold beast that was still circling around the heavenly flame in his hand. He clenched his hand and the small beast emitted a hiss. Soon after, it was swallowed by the heavenly flame in Xiaoyan's hand. At the same time, Wei Yi, who was still standing beside Xiaoyan, instantly turned pale. His throat rolled involuntarily. Clearly, he had suffered internal injuries. This green-gold beast contained 1/10 of its essence. At this moment, it was swallowed by Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. Naturally, Wei Yi could not avoid being injured. The skin on Wei Yi's old face twitched violently when he saw his green-gold beast being swallowed by Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. Waves of grinding sounds were emitted from his mouth. Suddenly, Wei Yi could not resist the fury in his heart. He extended his hand and pointed angrily at Xiaoyan. His mouth was filled with anger as he cried out sternly, "Yan Xiao, you are at the very least a nominal elder of my alchemist association. Why did you swallow my beast flame for no reason?" Xiaoyan merely glanced casually at him in response. Then he walked towards his seat. When he walked past Wei Yi, Xiaoyan opened his mouth and spoke in an indifferent voice. "MOD lost and paid the wager. I saw that you did not move and I also saw that little thing. Naturally, I accepted it. Unfortunately, it is only a small flame and will not be of much use." Yes. When Xiaoyan's words came out, Wei Yi was finally unable to endure it. A trace of fresh blood slowly flowed down from the corner of his mouth. His face also instantly turned pale. In response, Gu Li, Qi Lin, and the others on the viewing platform acted as if they didn't see it. They turned their heads to look at the participants on the void square, who had yet to recover from their shock, and immediately shouted at them, "Have you seen enough? There is no change in the time. Continue refining the pill." When Gu Li's voice sounded, the atmosphere in the square swiftly returned to how it was at the beginning. It was as though everything that had happened earlier had never happened. Everyone's thoughts were also rapidly changing. Please add, please comment, please recommend. Those who are interested, please enter the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 133. After a day of commotion, countless number of medicinal pills slowly flowed past. The judges' seats on the first day finally became empty when the sky turned dark. To Xiao Yan and the others, the first day was merely a formality. In the remaining time before the high-tier alchemist competition, they could do whatever they wanted as long as they wished. Gu Li and the rest, who were the judges, were naturally not so lucky. They had to continue sitting here until the end of the grand meeting. Of course, this was something that happened in the blink of an eye for these half-emperor experts. Night had already descended. Two figures were seated in front of a table within a hidden inn. Wei Yi was looking at Mod opposite him with an unfriendly expression. There was some vigilance deep within his eyes. Before he left, Mod had secretly transmitted a message to him and asked him to meet here. However, Wei Yi did not know why Mod was looking for him. The reason why Wei Yi would ultimately come here was because Mod had told him that he must come if he wanted to take revenge on Xiao Yan. "Cuckoo, Brother Wei has indeed come." Mod had a warm smile on his face as he looked at Wei Yi. He placed the teacup in his hand on the table before slowly opening his mouth and laughing. Wei Yi snorted coldly when he saw Mod's actions. He turned his body slightly to the side and spoke coldly with a stern face. "The reason why the old me has come is because I want Yan Xiao to die. He did not care about my face and forcefully swallowed my essence flame. The old me will definitely make him pay with his life. The old me wants him to know that the things that belong to me, Wei Yi, are not things that a yellow-haired brat can touch." A powerful glow suddenly shot out from Wei Yi's old eyes after his voice sounded. His anger surged and the tea in his hand that he had yet to drink exploded together with the cup. Mod's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at Wei Yi. Soon after, he quietly shifted his gaze away. However, an extremely obscure dark glint flashed across Mod's eyes the moment he turned around. "Cuckoo, that's good. Since Brother Wei wants Yan Xiao to die, this matter will be much easier to handle. The old me was afraid that you would obstruct the old me because he is a member of your alchemist association. However, from the looks of it, the both of us can join hands once." Mod's mouth curled into a dark and cold smile. His face was dark and evil. His hand slowly stirred the space in front of him and a delicate and handsome face appeared out of nowhere. Immediately, Mod suddenly clenched his fist at the end of his words and instantly turned into nothingness. Wei Yi was non-committal as he coldly snorted. Immediately, his tone changed as he opened his mouth once again. "Speak, what conditions do you have?" Mod raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect that they would get to the point so quickly. "Cuckoo, Brother Wei. To you, of course, there is another matter that is extremely important." With a sinister smile, Mod looked up at Wei Yi and said. Wei Yi's eyes narrowed when he heard this. It was extremely important. Currently, he did not lack power or status. How could there be anything that was extremely important? Wei Yi coldly snorted. However, he did not say anything as he looked at Mod. Mod seemed to have seen through Wei Yi's thoughts. He snorted twice and opened his mouth to speak with a smile. "Brother Wei, do you really think that you are doing so well? But in my opinion, your relationship with President Gu Li is terrible to the extreme. It is likely that half of the hatred towards Yan Xiao originated from Gu Li. You are trying to sow discord." "Cuckoo, it is not that I am trying to sow discord. However, aren't you currently at a disadvantage? As long as Gu Li is the chairman, you will never have a chance." Wei Yi's eyes stared intently at the smiling Mod in front of him after he spoke. It was a long while later before he coldly snorted and spoke in a deep voice. What exactly do you want to say? Mod smiled sinisterly. He knew that Wei Yi had already taken the bait. He smiled and said, What I want to say is to let you replace that old thing Gu Li. Wei Yi's eyes suddenly hardened before his voice sounded. His eyes stared intently at Mod as though he wanted to eat him up. It was a long while later before he forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. He inhaled a deep breath and slowly opened his mouth to speak to Mod. I know that you will not help me for free. Tell me, what are your conditions? Cuckoo. Brother Wei is really straightforward. Since this is the case, the old me shall not beat around the bush. I can find someone to help you kill Yan Shao, and I can also help you obtain the position of chairman of the Alchemist Association. I only have two objectives. Firstly, Yan Zhao's heavenly flame belongs to me. The skin at the corner of Wei Yi's eyes trembled intensely when these words were spoken. However, he finally nodded his head and spoke in a low voice. Up to you. You will help me kill Yan Shao. I have already guessed about the heavenly flame. What else? The corner of Mod's mouth was once again lifted into a smile. He took a sip of the tea in his cup. Immediately, he raised his eyes and met Wei Yi's eyes. His eyes flickered as he slowly opened his mouth and spoke. The other thing is that you will lose to me when the both of us compete in alchemy skills. Bang! Before his voice sounded, the chair under Wei Yi had already burst apart with a bang and turned into fragments. The Jinan wood table by the side was also blasted apart by a furious slap. Wei Yi stood up and glared furiously at Mod. His voice was extremely gloomy, as though it had been transmitted from the depths of hell. Green-gold flames spat out from both of his eyes, causing the space in front of him to become distorted. Mod, you should not reach out for a yard after taking an inch. Cuckoo. It is not that I want to reach out for a yard after taking an inch. However, if you wish to replace Gu Li, you must first be defeated by me. Don't tell me that you have forgotten the real reason why Gu Li invited Yan Shao to attack. Wei Yi instantly came to a realization when his words sounded. The southern arrival city was extremely ambitious. The Alchemist Association between the two cities had already made an agreement. If the ancient savage city was defeated by the southern arrival city in this Alchemist Grand Meeting, the chairman of the ancient savage city's Alchemist Association would be replaced by someone from the southern arrival city. If it was not because Gu Li wanted to protect his position as chairman, he would not have invited Yan Shao to attack. Humph! Old thing, you have already been guarding against me since a long time ago. If I allow you to continue like this, it is likely that my position will be taken away by you. All right, I can promise you. However, you should not forget the agreement that you have personally made. Mod nodded and smiled when he saw this. That is only natural. I will not be like Gu Li, who will burn the bridge after crossing it. Wei Yi was non-committal when he heard this. He snorted softly. Immediately, his tone changed as he once again asked, May I know when you are prepared to attack Yan Shao? Mod also smiled when he heard this. He looked at the sky outside and slowly opened his mouth to laugh. Wait, I have already sent people to monitor him. Once Yan Shao makes any move, I will be the first to know. He, Yan Shao, is merely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Please recommend me. Please comment. Please add me. Those who are interested, please enter the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 134. While Mod and Wei Yi were working together to think of a way to deal with Xiao Yan had already returned to the inn. Seated on the bed, Xiao Yan finally could not resist laughing out loud. With a flip of his hand, a scarlet gold crystal appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. The scarlet flame crystal was one of the better fire-type flame crystals. With it, he would be able to obtain his third incarnation. Mod had thought that this scarlet flame crystal was not considered a valuable item. That was why he had taken it out as a wager. Unfortunately, he had ultimately gone along with Xiao Yan's wishes. An attribute crystal like the scarlet flame crystal was not considered a valuable item in the eyes of an outsider. At the very most, It could be used to condense one's dou qi or rely on luck to mutate one's dou qi and become stronger. Although a mutated dou qi would usually become extremely powerful, most people would only be able to make their dou qi more condensed and pure after refining it. They would not be able to obtain much of a change. Of course, if one was lucky enough to mutate one's dou qi and create some special effects, one could be considered to have made a huge profit. Today, however, from everyone's point of view, even if Xiao Yan had obtained the scarlet flame crystal, it would still be useless against Xiao Yan, who had a heavenly flame on his body. It should be known that there was nothing in this world that could cause a heavenly flame to mutate. Even this scarlet flame crystal, which contains some possibility, would definitely not be able to endure being grilled by a heavenly flame. However, Xiao Yan's goal was not only this. Walking to the window, Xiao Yan lifted his eyes to look at the empty square. When he saw the light that shot to the sky, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth lifted into an unknown smile. An extremely obscure glint flashed across his eyes. He turned around and glanced at the door from the corner of his eyes, after which he quietly walked to the front of the door. In the next instant, an extremely cold glint suddenly erupted from Xiao Yan's eyes. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the wooden door emitted a bang before exploding apart. There was a mysterious formation that had yet to be completely set up at the entrance. Xiao Yan was also able to vaguely sense an extremely obscure aura in a certain dark corner. Humph! A mere 9-star Do Shang actually dares to set a trap under my nose. Do you really think that I am made of clay? Get out here. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with a piercingly cold glint as he stared at the darkness. The person within also noticed Xiao Yan's eyes. His heart was immediately startled. He had never expected that Xiao Yan would actually be able to detect him despite him using the aura-concealing talisman. However, before he could think of anything else, an enormous force that he could not resist appeared out of nowhere around him. The next moment, he was shocked to discover that the dou qi within his body had actually been forcefully sealed at this moment. Is this the true strength of an elite bandit? A thought is all it takes to seal an elite dou shang. Bang! The body that was forcefully pulled by this enormous force suddenly collided with the formation that had yet to be completed. The formation was instantly shattered and an extremely powerful spatial turbulence erupted. The human figure wrapped in black clothes was also struck by this turbulence until he spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Clearly, he was seriously injured. However, Xiao Yan's face remained cold and indifferent in the face of this. Both of his eyes focused on this man. A fire glint flashed deep within his eyes before he slowly opened his mouth to speak. Did MOD send you? From the looks of this formation, it should be a small-scale teleportation formation. From the looks of it, that fellow is afraid that he is unable to deal with me in the ancient savage city. The man, who was supporting his body with great difficulty and attempting to stand up, was clearly a little surprised at these words of Xiao Yan. After seeing the wisps of fire in Xiao Yan's eyes, the man's heart shook. He hurriedly opened his mouth to speak. What are you planning to do? Let me tell you, even if you are stronger than me, you must not kill. Before his voice sounded, a brilliant fire glow shot out from Xiao Yan's eyes. In the next instant, the man's body instantly turned into nothingness. Even his ashes were not left behind. Noisy. After his voice sounded, Xiao Yan's body moved and instantly left the inn. His feet stepped on the empty air as he flew out of the ancient savage city. After Xiao Yan's body disappeared into the vast night, a human figure suddenly appeared from another place outside the inn. He floated in the air and looked in the direction that Xiao Yan had left in. Then, he looked at the inn and narrowed his eyes, after which his body moved and he quickly left. A moment later, the man had already arrived in front of MOD. He knelt on one knee and told MOD in detail what he had seen and guessed in his heart. What did you say? Wu Mahui is dead. With a loud bang, MOD's body went limp and he sat on the chair behind him. The skin at the corner of his eyes twitched continuously. His heart began to panic. By the side, Wei Yi was immediately stunned when he heard this name, which could be considered resounding in this ancient savage city. Immediately, he looked at MOD with a shocked face and cried out in shock, You old ghost! You actually dragged Wu Mahue over to monitor Yan Xiao. Don't tell me that you are not aware of Yan Zhao's strength? Do you really want to offend that fellow? Mod curled the corner of his mouth when he heard this. He squinted his eyes and said, You can't blame me for this. I have already reminded him that Yan Xiao is an alchemist. Who asked him to be so confident in his hidden aura talisman's ability? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Yan Xiao. Humph! I don't care who you blame. If that fellow comes looking for you, don't drag me into it. I am completely unaware of this matter. Mod's eyes became increasingly dark and cold when he heard Wei Yi's words, which were filled with disentanglement. However, it eventually turned into a cold snort and laughed. Do you think that you can avoid it? You have to be clear about one thing. My boat can be boarded, but it can't be boarded. If you insist on cutting ties with this old man, then don't come looking for me when you're at the end of your rope. You? Wei Yi wanted to retort. However, he ultimately let out a cold snort. He curled his lips and turned his head without saying anything. Mod once again turned his gaze towards the man half kneeling on the ground in front of him. A ruthless expression suddenly flashed across his eyes as he slowly opened his mouth and said, Go and invite Wang Qi and Fang Sun to inform them of Yan Zhao's whereabouts. They will naturally deal with Yan Xiao. The man hurriedly nodded his head and acknowledged when he heard this. His body flashed and disappeared from the spot. Wei Yi also revealed a smile on his face when he heard those two familiar names. He looked at Mod and said with a smile, I really didn't expect that you would actually invite them over. I really didn't expect that you would actually invite the two of them over. In this way, taking down Yan Xiao is something that is inevitable. Humph humph, Wang Qi and Fang Sun are both 7-star half-emperors. The two of them also come from the same faction. The Qi method and Do skills that they practice complement each other. If the two of them attack together, Yan Xiao will definitely have difficulty escaping death. Mod and Wei Yi once again faced each other and smiled after their words sounded. Soon after, waves of loud laughter were emitted. On the other side, the two old men in embroidered robes were also chasing in the direction that Xiao Yan had left in. Seeking collection, seeking comments, seeking recommendations. Those who are interested, please enter the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 135. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the peak of a mountain. The aura all over his body had already reached its peak condition. With a flip of his hand, the scarlet flame crystal appeared in Xiao Yan's palm out of nowhere. A smile surfaced on the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth. A thought passed through his mind and a frightening spiritual strength instantly surged out from between his eyebrows like a tidal wave. It swiftly agglomerated into an avatar in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan sighed in his heart as he looked at the avatar in front of him. However, it quickly turned into a faint smile. With a wave of his large sleeve, the scarlet flame crystal in his hand shot into the body of the avatar. Xiao Yan gently shook his head and tossed aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. The heavenly flame within his body followed the flow and gathered out from the pores on Xiao Yan's body. It transformed into a colorful fire dragon that soared in the sky. After engraving the flame crystal twice, Xiao Yan already had a new method for the engraving method. He used his spiritual strength and the strength of the heavenly flame to merge the two together. The engraving would definitely be twice as effective with half the effort. Hence, Xiao Yan did not have the slightest worry in his heart regarding the third engraving process. However, before he prepared, Xiao Yan turned his gaze back in the direction he had come from. After taking a couple of glances, he finally turned back. A thought passed through his mind and an extremely frightening spiritual strength also swiftly agglomerated. In an instant, it transformed into an invisible huge dragon just like the fire dragon and occupied one side of the sky with the fire dragon. In the next moment, the fire dragon and the invisible huge dragon soared into the sky together. They chased and coiled around each other and swiftly merged into one. At a glance, it appeared just like a true vacuum when it flew down. Under the effect of the dragon tribe bloodline within Xiao Yan's body, it was likely that even if there was a member of the dragon tribe present at this moment, He would unhesitatingly think that this huge dragon was a member of the dragon tribe. After the huge dragon formed, Xiao Yan's mind once again passed through. The huge dragon also let out a long roar towards the sky. Immediately, it moved with a bang and ferociously charged towards the avatar. From the looks of it, it seemed as though it wanted to forcefully shatter the avatar. Its might was shocking. Clang! A powerful collision sound rang out from where the dragon and the human clashed. The dragon's body, which was formed by the strange fire, slashed across the clone. The surrounding space instantly collapsed wherever it passed. At the point of collision, large amounts of magma dripped down from the sky like dragon scales that had been forcefully scraped off, causing the forest within a 100-mile radius below to turn into a lava hell in an instant. Within a few breaths after colliding with the fire dragon, the avatar was forcefully sent flying by the incomparably powerful force. Although this avatar contained all of Xiao Yan's strong points, this avatar that only had the strength of a dozong had difficulty enduring the frightening collision of the fire dragon. With a loud bang, the clone was sent flying by the flame dragon and smashed into the infernal inferno below. After the avatar suffered such a heavy blow, Xiao Yan, as the actual body, was naturally implicated. The instant the avatar was sent flying, Xiao Yan's seated body involuntarily trembled. His originally normal expression had also changed a little at this moment. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan still stabilized his mind. A thought passed through his mind and he once again summoned the avatar back. The enormous fire dragon's body rotated in the air as its mouth emitted numerous low and deep dragon roars. Soon after, the incarnation stabilized its body. The flame dragon once again ruthlessly smashed towards it. The incarnation was once again ruthlessly smashed into the infernal inferno. This repeated for 10 hours. The huge dragon in front of Xiao Yan finally scattered when the first ray of morning light shot over from the horizon. A layer of thick thunderclouds slowly gathered in the sky. Lightning tribulation. The most critical moment in the formation of the avatar had finally arrived. Xiao Yan looked at the thunderclouds in the sky. A pride involuntarily rose within his heart. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into a smile as he looked at the increasingly real avatar. At this moment, the strength of this incarnation had already reached the peak of the 8-star of the Do Sheng class. It was only a step away from the 9-star of the Do Sheng class. All it needed was an opportunity to successfully break through. This lightning tribulation was the best opportunity. Haha, come. Let me see just how powerful this lightning tribulation is. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already placed all of his attention on the avatar in front of him. He controlled the avatar. His body shook and it instantly charged into the sky. It charged towards the thunderclouds. The thundercloud in the sky seemed to have sensed Xiao Yan's provocation. After a rumbling thunder sound, a 100-foot-wide thunderbolt suddenly rushed out of the thundercloud. It was just like a lightning dragon descending into the world as it ruthlessly hacked down on this avatar. Ha! The avatar also let out a long roar towards the sky. A force gathered on its right fist. When the lightning dragon approached, it threw a punch and violently struck the head of the lightning dragon. Explode! A beast-like roar was emitted from the avatar's throat. The lightning dragon suddenly broke into dozens of pieces. Soon after, it disappeared from this world. Xiao Yan also sensed the increasingly turbulent energy within the avatar's body. The pride in his heart soared to the sky. He once again let out a long roar and laughed towards the sky. Ha 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 ha, why? Is there only this much natural strength? It is really like scratching an itch. Ha 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 ha. Come again. This provocation seemed to have completely stirred the fury of the thundercloud. In the next moment, the thundercloud churned for a moment before hundreds of thunderbolts struck down at the same time. They ruthlessly smashed toward Xiao Yan's avatar. At this moment, a grave feeling finally rose within Xiao Yan's heart. Both of his fists were slowly clenched. The Do Qi within his body gathered on his arms. Both of his eyes stared intently at the 100 thunderbolts. After which, his body flashed and he once again charged towards the sky. Xiao Yan clearly understood in his heart that if this avatar was able to successfully endure these 100 thunderbolts, The strength of this avatar would definitely reach the 9-star Dosheng class. However, it was a little too whimsical to attempt to endure all of them in one strike. Hence, Xiaoyan used all his strength to shatter a portion of the 100 thunderbolts before they gathered into one. Otherwise, even he would have difficulty blocking a strike if it really came down. Ha! Xiaoyan let out an explosive cry. He controlled the avatar and threw a punch forward. It ruthlessly struck a thunderbolt in front of him. Bang! A bang sounded and the thunderbolt shattered. Xiaoyan's body also disappeared. In the next moment, there was another thunderous rumble. Another bolt of lightning slowly dissipated from the world. Unfortunately, although Xiaoyan had indeed used all his strength, this avatar was still far too weak. It was merely an 8-star Dosheng. It was still too difficult for it to withstand these 100 thunderbolts. Ha! Explode! Xiaoyan threw another punch after using all his strength. This was also his final punch. It was thrown towards a thunderbolt with all his might. Bang! The thunderbolt shattered. Xiaoyan's avatar also smashed towards the ground uncontrollably. However, at this moment, over half of the 100 thunderbolts in the sky gathered together and turned into an even more frightening lightning dragon. The lightning dragon roared towards the sky. After emitting a furious roar, the lightning dragon flashed and arrived in front of Xiaoyan's falling body. It widened its large mouth and a frightening thunderbolt ruthlessly struck Xiaoyan's body. Crack! An invisible clear sound appeared from within Xiaoyan's heart. Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes were instantly opened. At this moment, a majestic aura suddenly erupted from within Xiaoyan's body. The thunderbolt that ruthlessly struck Xiaoyan's body was once again shattered. Xiaoyan's falling body also paused in the empty space. His expression was grave as he looked at the lightning dragon above him. Although his avatar had made a breakthrough at a critical moment and his strength had stepped into the 9-star Dosheng class, this lightning dragon in front of him was clearly not something that Xiaoyan's avatar could easily deal with. At this moment, Xiaoyan finally felt a pressure assault his heart. Roar! The lightning dragon's enormous body slowly twisted with a furious roar, after which it suddenly bit towards Xiaoyan like a compressed spring. Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless. His body quickly pulled back and the dou qi within his body swiftly gathered in his hand. In an instant, it agglomerated into a huge ruler. His hands did not stop moving. The moment the huge ruler entered his hand, Xiaoyan began to swing it. It created a protective barrier around his body. This was Xiaoyan's second great ruler technique dou skill, 6-joint body flowing ruler. 6-joint body flowing ruler. The lightning dragon swallowed Xiaoyan the moment he unleashed the 6-joint body flowing ruler. The ferocious bite caused Xiaoyan to have an increasingly difficult time using the 6-joint body flowing ruler. After enduring for a moment, the huge ruler in his hand that was formed from dou qi finally emitted a bang and exploded into a countless number of tiny dou qi light spots. The sharp teeth of the lightning dragon also violently bit towards Xiaoyan's avatar. Qi! Just as Xiaoyan was prepared to endure a serious spiritual injury, a qi sound was faintly emitted. The lightning dragon that was violently biting towards him also completely disappeared the moment he raised his eyes. That's right, it had completely disappeared. A lightning dragon that was 1,000 feet in size had suddenly disappeared from this world. All of its aura had disappeared. It was as though everything that Xiaoyan had experienced earlier was merely a dream. It appeared incomparably illusory. Xiaoyan's face was also strange as he looked at the empty space above his head. A moment ago, there was still a lightning dragon with frightening strength there. At the very least, it could be considered frightening in front of this avatar. Swoosh! A sharp rushing wind sound appeared. Xiaoyan felt warmth in his embrace. He lowered his head to take a look and the corner of his mouth revealed a warm smile. At this moment, the person in Xiaoyan's embrace was Little Gold. In this world, it was likely that Little Gold was the only one who could resolve the heavenly lightning in an instant. Xiaoyan's palm gently caressed Little Gold in his embrace. Little Gold also coiled around Xiaoyan's arm and played. From time to time, it would use its small tongue to lick Xiaoyan's finger, causing Xiaoyan's heart to feel even more warm. Little Gold, thank you. Suddenly, Xiao Yan spat out such a sentence from his mouth. Little Gold also seemed to understand, and its bright golden little body appeared even more lively. Xiao Yan smiled and allowed Little Gold to cling onto his arm. He lifted his head to look at the 9 heavens. The thunderclouds there churned for a moment before finally dissipating. The sky was finally nearing noon. Xiao Yan's mind returned to his body and his eyes slowly opened. He exhaled a long breath and lifted his eyes to look in front of him. In an instant, the 3 avatars had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. After the avatars had gathered, the next step was the fusion process. This process was much simpler than the condensation process. As long as the Do-Chi within the 3 avatars could reach a stage where they could fuse together, the fusion process would be much simpler. Simply speaking, this process required sufficient time. Once the time was up, the avatars would be formed. When the 3 avatars fused together, the 2 figures at the end of the 10,000-mile distance had finally arrived. To be honest, I really don't want to write this paragraph anymore. If I continue, I won't be able to suppress it. Cough cough, I'll just put up with it. In any case, it's fine as long as I know that I'm fusing. Thank you for your cooperation. Please recommend me. Please comment. Please add me. Those who are interested, please join the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 136. The fusion of the 3 avatars was only a matter of time. This was something that Xiao Yan was rather reassured. However, the most important thing at this moment was that Xiao Yan had sensed 2 auras that were not very friendly. The owners of those 2 auras were also rushing towards Xiao Yan's direction at an extremely fast speed. 2 7-star half-emperors, huh? MOD, you are really capable in order to deal with me. In that case, I shall not be polite and accept such a large sum. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a smile as he sensed the 2 powerful auras that were increasingly approaching. An icy arc was lifted as he looked at the 2 black spots in the distant horizon. When the 2 people arrived, Xiao Yan also glanced at the 3 avatars that were still in the midst of the fusion. Immediately, he waved his sleeves and the 3 avatars instantly turned into 3 energies that entered Xiao Yan's body. At the fusion stage, the fusion of the avatars only required time. It was fine as long as the energy within their bodies could completely fuse. As for where the fusion took place, it really did not matter. Haha. I believe that you are that shockingly talented Yen Xiao. Before the person arrived, a bold and loud laughter that did not seem to have any ill intent was already transmitted over. However, it turned into a cold laugh when it entered Xiao Yan's ears. Immediately, Xiao Yan replied with a smile. If I were to say that I am not Yen Xiao, would you believe me? Haha, since you are, there is no need to hide. It is useless. Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and declined to comment. If he were to speak the truth, no one would believe him. He was originally not Yen Xiao. This name was merely an alias. It was not that these 2 old fellows did not believe him. Mr. Yen Xiao, I believe that you are already aware of the reason why the 2 of us have come. When they arrived in front of him, one of the 2 old men, who had a scar on his face, looked at Xiao Yan and laughed out loud as he spoke. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into a cold smile. He tilted his head slightly to look at the old man and slowly laughed. Since the both of you have received benefits from MOD, I'm afraid that the both of you will definitely kill me today. The 2 old men laughed in unison when they heard this. They exchanged glances with each other before the other old man turned his gaze to Xiao Yan and opened his mouth to speak with a smile. I am Fang Sun and this is Wang Qi. I wonder if Sir Yen Xiao knows the 2 of us? No, I don't. Xiao Yan was expressionless as he slowly opened his mouth and replied. The 2 of them frowned when they heard this. Then, Fang Sun smiled and said, That's right. It's fine if we don't know each other. Now that we know each other, aren't we? Furthermore, Brother Wang Qi and I are both 7-star half-martial emperors. Of course, the 2 of us also know that you possess an extremely powerful Do skill that will allow you to face even 6-star half-martial emperors with ease. However, before the 2 of us, I presume that it will be difficult for you to use that Do skill. So, Xiao Yan still had an indifferent expression. It was as if the person this old man was talking about was not him. He appeared to be extremely indifferent. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Fang Sun's pair of sinister old eyes stared fixedly at Xiao Yan. He slowly said, "So, the two of us plan to give you a more dignified death. It will also save us the trouble of wasting our strength to fight you. You kill yourself." Xiao Yan raised his brows. These two old fellows truly believed in his strength. However, Xiao Yan smiled again. He raised his eyes to look at Fang Sun and sneered, "I'm sorry, but I'm a lowly person. If you want me to die, I'm afraid that the two of you will have to put in some effort. Otherwise, the two of you can only waste your strength here." Once Xiao Yan said those words, the two old men immediately snorted coldly in unison. They glared at Xiao Yan and coldly shouted, "Yan Xiao, do you really want the two of us to fight you?" Xiao Yan sneered and declined to comment. With Xiao Yan's current control over the sky extinction steps, two mere 7-star half-martial emperors were simply inferior to him in terms of speed. Using the Buddha's angry reincarnation was an easy task for him. Although using the Buddha's angry reincarnation would only be able to take care of one of them, and at that time Xiao Yan's exhaustion would be relatively large. If he couldn't defeat them, Xiao Yan could still run away. As long as he killed one of the two old men, MOD would be a bit more restrained when facing him in the future. It would also save him some trouble. Xiao Yan's calm attitude caused the fury in the two old men's hearts to rise. Immediately, they snorted coldly and coldly shouted at Xiao Yan again. "Yan Xiao, since you insist on the two of us fighting you, the two of us will let you experience the strength of a 7-star half-martial emperor. It is absolutely not something that a 6-star half-martial emperor can compare to." Right after their words left their mouths, Fang Sun's body moved and charged toward Xiao Yan. "Yan Xiao, I've heard that you possess an exceptional agility do skill. In that case, let me see if it's still as sharp as before in my domain." "Ha! Cold ice domain. Open." With an explosive shout, the black cloak that Fang Sun wore was instantly shattered. Replacing it was a set of cold ice armor with icicles all over his body. The instant the cold ice armor appeared, an icy aura that could freeze the world instantly spread from Fang Sun's body. The 1,000-mile radius around Fang Sun turned into a world of cold ice. Even the infernal inferno below was frozen by the cold ice. From this, it could be seen how frightening the cold ice domain was. The instant the cold ice domain spread, Xiao Yan also felt that the temperature of the surrounding space had become bone-chillingly cold. With such a frighteningly low temperature, it was likely that even a rank 9 magical beast with a fire affinity would be unable to endure it for a couple of breaths. A 7-star half-martial emperor was truly frightening. The change in the surrounding space also caused Xiao Yan's expression to change slightly. However, that was all there was to it. To Xiao Yan, the thing that he was least afraid of was cold ice. This was because regardless of how cold his opponent was, it would be completely useless before his heavenly flame. In an instant, when the cold ice domain spread around Xiao Yan's body, Fang Sun's body also instantly appeared on the right side of Xiao Yan's body. Cold ice palm. With a low cry, Xiao Yan's right palm was instantly covered by a layer of ice-blue solid ice. When the palm was thrown out, the surroundings of Xiao Yan were already covered by a thick layer of ice. Even the movements of Xiao Yan's hand instantly became slow. With nowhere to retreat, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly became sharp. The heavenly flame within his body instantly surged and the ice surrounding him swiftly melted. This caused shock to flash across Fang Sun's eyes. The might of a heavenly flame was truly frightening. Before it was completely unleashed, it already possessed such might. It was truly frightening. However, Fang Sun was after all a 7-star half-martial emperor. Regardless of whether Xiao Yan possessed a heavenly flame or not, he was not the slightest bit afraid of Xiao Yan's strength. Immediately, the icy do qi within his body swiftly surged. The cold ice palm on his right hand also became even colder at this moment. Wherever the cold ice palm passed, even space itself would be frozen. A cold snort was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. He rotated his right hand and a heavenly flame instantly surged out from his palm, turning his entire hand into a heavenly flame palm. "Ha! With a low cry, Xiaoyan's palm violently met the cold ice palm. This palm did not contain any powerful Do skill. The only thing it contained was the frightening aura that belonged to a heavenly flame. After all, at Xiaoyan's level, an ordinary Do skill was already unable to satisfy the requirement of his strength. At such a time, using one's own strength might be even more powerful than using a Do skill. This point could be seen from the change in Fang Sun's expression when he saw Xiaoyan's palm. In Fang Sun's heart, he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless when facing this palm from Xiaoyan. Bang! In the next moment, the two ice and fire palms of the two people, which had monstrous auras, violently smashed against each other. A wild and violent Do-Chi storm instantly swept apart from the point of collision, causing the sky within a 5,000-kilometer radius to appear as though it had been washed by water. The large clouds, which were originally drifting leisurely, were instantly turned into nothingness. The space where the two of them had collided had already collapsed under the two palms, turning into a dark black, deep and endless empty space. Fang Sun was also shocked by the aura from Xiaoyan's body. He did not expect that Xiaoyan was actually able to fight head-on with him without being defeated. This person was really a dragon amongst men, an elite amongst elites. If he was allowed to grow in the future, it was likely that there would be a place for him in this world. Unfortunately, they would definitely become enemies today. Even if they wanted to bury the hatchet now, it was already impossible. It was already too late to turn around. Since this was the case, they must use all their strength to kill him. They must not give him the opportunity to escape. With this thought in his mind, Icy Do-Chi swiftly gathered on Fang Sun's palm, which had yet to separate from Xiaoyan's. His right arm shook and a frightening force instantly erupted. Xiaoyan's expression changed once again at this moment. Soon after, he felt a frightening force invade his body. His body flew backwards uncontrollably. At this moment, Xiaoyan's heart was incomparably solemn. A 7-star Ban Emperor was indeed extraordinary. Even if it was him, it would still be extremely difficult for him to forcefully resist it. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame within his body instantly surged. It forcefully wrapped around the hidden force that was about to erupt. Immediately, it was forcefully swallowed and refined under the frightening burning of the heavenly flame. Xiaoyan's flying body also shook. He stood in the air and raised his head to look at Fang Sun. In this first exchange, Xiaoyan could be considered to have suffered quite a bit of hidden loss. Naturally, he would remember this fellow in his heart. Fang Sun involuntarily frowned when he saw Xiaoyan's unscathed condition. Immediately, he sensed that the hidden force that he had inserted into Xiaoyan's body was actually forcefully swallowed by Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. This caused Fang Sun to feel incomparably shocked in his heart. This Yan Xiao was really an extraordinary person. Such a method was really unique. Of course, on the other hand, Xiaoyan's weight in Fang Sun's heart had once again soared at this moment. He also understood in his heart that it would not be easy for him to defeat Xiaoyan. I don't know when I'll stop writing, but I'm not willing to stop. Time really likes to break things down. I've been thinking about a lot of things, and I've been thinking about everything. Recently, I've been organizing the general situation of the Dragon Clan, but I don't know if time can write that far. I only hope that my readers can give me some comments. Time has seen the comments on every chapter, but of course only the first few chapters have seen the comments. Time has been thinking about it, and I don't know when I'll stop writing. Time really likes to break things down. I've been thinking about a lot of things, and I've been thinking about everything. Recently, I've been organizing the general situation of the Dragon Clan, but I'm not sure if time can write that far. Every time I bookmarked it, it would rise, fall, fall, rise. I feel very uncomfortable in my heart. Rise, perhaps it is because of the chapter title. Haha, that is what I think in my heart. Fall, perhaps it is because of the content. I have the will, but I am powerless. It is possible to ask for help. However, I cannot rely on myself to ask for help every time. Every time I see it, there is only disappointment. Time will persevere. At the very least, I will finish writing the first volume. Haha, the end of the first volume is the ancient savage city. If I am still unable to do it by the end of the first volume, Time will stop for a period of time to write something else. Perhaps I will practice my writing skills. Perhaps I will stop. If there are any complaints or other things, I will not stop you. If I am powerless, I can't blame anyone. I am very happy that someone is giving me support and encouragement. Thank you very much. Chapter 137. Bang! In the sky, after the two rays of light, one ice and one fire, collided with a loud bang, they instantly separated. As the light scattered, two figures appeared from within the light. They were Xiao Yan and Fang Sun. At this moment, Xiao Yan's clothes were slightly damaged. His originally soaring aura had also become somewhat sluggish. However, even though this was the case, it was still unable to conceal the soaring battle intent within his eyes. Fang Sun was truly worthy of being a 7-star half-martial emperor. With Xiao Yan's current strength, if he did not use any tricks and fought head-on with Fang Sun, honestly speaking, Xiao Yan would not be a match for Fang Sun. In half a day's time, Xiao Yan and Fang Sun had exchanged countless blows. However, ever since the first attack, Fang Sun could be said to have become increasingly fierce. Every single attack and style of his completely suppressed Xiao Yan. If it was not for Xiao Yan having the protection of the Heavenly Flame and the Mortal Class Agility Do skill like the Sky Absolute Steps, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have already been defeated by Fang Sun's fierce attacks. At this moment, although Xiao Yan was unwilling to accept this, he had no choice but to admit that a 7-star half-martial emperor was truly extraordinary. Such strength was definitely not something that someone like Li Gan could compare with. However, at the same time that Xiao Yan felt pressured in his heart, Fang Sun's heart was even more shocked than him. With the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor, Fang Sun was actually able to forcefully fight against a 7-star half-martial emperor like him for so long without being defeated. If such a battle achievement was to be placed anywhere, it was likely that no one would believe it. One must know that as a 7-star half-martial emperor, Fang Sun had already surpassed the limit of a 6-star half-martial emperor. He could truly be considered a high-level half-martial emperor. With such strength, even those high-level half-martial emperor magical beasts would not be willing to easily provoke him. However, the Xiao Yan in front of them was actually so capable. How could they not be shocked from the bottom of their hearts? Although Fang Sun had been in a state where he was suppressing Xiao Yan in the earlier exchange, his heart was clearer than anyone else that he had not gained the slightest advantage even though he had been suppressing Xiao Yan. The sharpness of Xiao Yan's agility was such that if Xiao Yan was allowed to increase his strength by another star, it was likely that the one being suppressed would be someone else. Moreover, the heavenly flame on Xiao Yan's body had an extremely strong suppressive effect on his icy Do Qi. No matter how many times he attacked, each time he was about to hurt Xiao Yan, he would be forced to withdraw because of the frightening heavenly flame. This was also the reason why Fang Sun was most afraid of Xiao Yan. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Yan had the heavenly flame protecting his body, even if his movement technique was not slow, Fang Sun was confident that he would be able to take him down. Unfortunately, if he knew that Xiao Yan had not fully unleashed his movement technique, how would he feel? Fang Sun's icy blue eyes stared at Xiao Yan. His eyes narrowed slightly, then he cupped his hands at Xiao Yan and said with a smile, "Sir Yan Xiao is truly an astonishing genius. No wonder even that old bastard Li Gan was unable to gain the slightest advantage from you." Li Gan's defeat was not unjust. Xiao Yan smiled non-committally when he heard that. He also cupped his hands at Fang Sun and said with a smile, "Sir Yan Xiao is also not bad. Sire Fang Sun is also quite extraordinary. Your strength of a 7-star half-martial emperor truly causes one to not dare to look down upon you in the slightest. Haha, since this old man is unable to defeat you with a thunderous method, then please forgive this old man for being unfair." Before his voice sounded, Fang Sun's gaze turned to Wang Ji, who had been observing the battle from afar. He opened his mouth and said with a smile, "Brother Wang Ji, after watching for so long, you should also know about Sir Yan Zhao's ability. It is truly difficult for this old man to defeat him. Let's attack together and quickly end this battle so that we can report back." After hearing Fang Sun's words, the somewhat stiff face of Wang Ji, who had a scar on his face, was slightly moved. He had also seen the battle between the two of them earlier. At this moment, he was also extremely shocked at Xiao Yan's true strength. However, he did not expect that, in the end, this Fang Sun would actually ask him to attack. Wang Ji's furious eyes also instantly looked at Xiao Yan. Surging flames surged within his eyes, turning into a furious lion that opened its bloody mouth at Xiao Yan. Your heavenly flame is very strong. However, my heavenly flame is not afraid of you. At this moment, Xiao Yan also knew that if the two of them were to truly attack, it would likely not be a simple competition like before. Instead, it would be a true battle. Either Xiao Yan died, or the two of them were exterminated. There was only one choice. After hearing the words from Wang Ji's mouth, Xiao Yan once again smiled and said with a smile, "What a coincidence. I have never lost to anyone when playing with fire. Today I'll have a good fight with you, a 7-star half-emperor." After Xiao Yan's voice sounded, a frightening heavenly flame suddenly spurted out from all the pores on Xiao Yan's body, instantly turning Xiao Yan into a gorgeous flaming person. At the same time, a heat wave that soared to the sky swiftly spread around Xiao Yan's body. The cold, icy aura that surrounded Xiao Yan's body once again shrank. The expression in Fang Sun's eyes once again changed at this moment. The gaze with which he looked at Xiao Yan was filled with even more shock. This Yan Xiao was actually hiding his strength. However, Wang Qi did not seem to feel any of this. His strong lion-like body suddenly jerked, and an extremely hot and domineering flame instantly gushed out and wrapped around his entire body. The surging flame also condensed into a ferocious and domineering lion head on his face, which looked extremely mighty. Seeing this scene, a thought passed through Fang Sun's mind. The dou qi within his body was swiftly raised. The surrounding hot air was once again replaced by a frightening cold icy aura. Domain fully open. Extreme cold domain. Domain fully open. Lion flame domain. Two stern cries were suddenly emitted from Fang Sun and Wang Ji's mouths. At the same time, a light flashed under their feet and swiftly spread over the entire sky. Xiao Yan was coincidentally enveloped by the domain. When the two domains collided, Xiao Yan discovered that the strength within the ice and fire domains were actually merging together in an extremely strange manner. It was just like the bone-chilling flame. Although its strength was far inferior, the strength of this new domain that was formed from the merger of the two domains was even greater than the original. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he saw this. These two people were really capable. They were actually able to merge two completely different domains together. They were indeed worthy of being of the same origin. However, Xiao Yan immediately laughed softly in his heart. His eyes revealed a strange expression as he looked at the merged domain that had pulled him in. His lips parted slightly and he slowly spat out a sentence. "Flame domain. Open." As his voice sounded, a frightening heavenly flame wave suddenly spread out like lightning, with Xiao Yan at the center. The cold ice domain and the lion flame domain were completely submerged within a short instant. The only thing left in the sky was the frightening heavenly flame that was fiercely burning. At this moment, Fang Sun and Wang Ji's eyebrows were tightly knit together. They did not expect that Xiao Yan's heavenly flame was actually so powerful. It was actually able to completely disregard their merged domain. From the looks of it, it was impossible to use the domain to suppress Xiao Yan. Fang Sun and Wang Ji exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Their bodies flashed and they charged explosively toward Xiao Yan. Ha! Extreme cold ice soul. Suddenly, Fang Sun's mouth emitted an explosive cry. He clenched his right hand and the cold ice dou qi in his body swiftly agglomerated. In merely a couple of breaths' time, it agglomerated and transformed into a cold ice dragon head that forcefully wrapped around his tightly clenched hand. At the same time, Wang Ji on the other side also suddenly emitted an explosive roar that soared to the sky. The lifelike raging lion on his face also suddenly rushed out at this moment. It transformed into a complete lion's head that furiously charged toward Xiao Yan. However, Wang Ji's left fist suddenly struck out and violently inserted into the lion's head. After which, his feet abruptly stepped on empty air and once again charged explosively toward Xiao Yan. In an instant, Fang Sun and Wang Ji swiftly approached each other. Immediately, the dragon and lion were violently smashed together by the two of them. Ice Crystal Flame Lion Beast. In the next instant, a beast roar that was neither a dragon nor a lion was instantly emitted from between the two of them, caused the entire place to shake. The space around the two of them instantly collapsed under this wild and violent beast roar. An enormous magical beast with an extremely strange appearance slowly stepped out from the empty space above the two of them. This magical beast's body was extremely large. Just by looking at it, it was likely that nearly half of Xiaoyan's flame domain was covered by its body. Its body was also similar to the merged domain of Fang Sun and Wang Ji. An extremely cold temperature was mixed within the heat. Roar! An earth-shaking beast roar sounded. After Fang Sun and Wang Ji gave the order in their hearts at the same time, the enormous beast carried an aura that could prop up the sky as it violently charged toward Xiaoyan. The empty space collapsed wherever it passed. There was cold ice and magma under its feet. At a glance, it appeared just like a giant god with an extraordinary aura. A magical beast was able to perfectly merge extreme heat and extreme cold, these two elements that naturally countered each other. Even from Xiaoyan's point of view, he felt that it was mysterious. This world was really filled with all sorts of strange things. Of course, this enormous beast might be strong, but from the current Xiaoyan's point of view, it was even easier to deal with. If Fang Sun and Wang Ji were to deal with Xiaoyan separately, they might be able to cause him to feel some pressure. However, at this moment, the two of them had repeatedly used this kind of combined Do skill. Ice and fire merged. Thus, to Xiaoyan, they no longer posed the slightest threat. Although he saw the ice crystal flame lion charging toward him, Xiaoyan did not seem to have the slightest intention of dodging. Instead, his face was indifferent as he looked at the ice crystal flame lion. It was as though the other party did not possess the slightest ability to harm him. This also seemed to have angered the ice crystal flame lion. Its originally monstrous aura soared to the 9 heavens under Xiaoyan's indifferent gaze. It let out a king-like roar to the sky, causing all the magical beasts within a 10,000-kilometer radius to instantly prostrate on the ground. Their bodies became weak, and they were unable to even tremble in fear. From this, one could see just how frightening the might of this ice crystal flame lion was. In an instant, the ice crystal flame lion had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Xiaoyan. If he were to be swallowed by it, it was likely that even the current Xiaoyan would not be able to avoid being seriously injured. Just as the ice crystal flame lion's large mouth had already covered Xiaoyan's head in darkness, a cluster of dense white flames suddenly ignited on Xiaoyan's body. At the same time that the dense white flames ignited, the enormous mountain-like body of the ice crystal flame lion suddenly froze on the spot. Immediately, Fang Sun and Wang Ji's faces were shocked as they saw a thin layer of ice swiftly spread from the ice crystal flame lion's mouth until it wrapped around its entire body. The ice crystal flame lion, which was still extremely mighty a moment ago, had completely turned into an ice sculpture at this moment. At this moment, Fang Sun and Wang Ji were instantly petrified. It is not well written. Perhaps it is a little watery. If there are any complaints, please feel free to do so. If there are any comments, time will read them. If there are none, time can only feel helpless. Chapter 138. Xiaoyan's group and an enormous ice sculpture stood in the sky 100,000 feet in the sky. At this moment, the eyes of the Fang Sun duo were staring intently at the young man opposite them. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. No matter how they thought about it, they were unable to imagine how the ice crystal flame lion that the two of them had created together could be so easily frozen by Xiaoyan. Moreover, under the probing of the Fang Sun duo, there was no longer the slightest energy ripple within the ice sculpture. Even the thread of connection between the two of them had been completely severed when the ice crystal flame lion was completely frozen. At this moment, the ice crystal flaming lion had completely turned into an ice sculpture. Xiaoyan's eyes were indifferent as he observed the ice sculpture in front of him. A cold glint flickered within his eyes. This ice crystal flame lion was extremely overbearing. If it was not because Xiaoyan had Gu Yu's bone-chilling flame, it was likely that it would have been difficult to say what would have happened. It was also because of this that the Fang Sun duo had truly aroused Xiao Yan's killing intent at this moment. The Fang Sun duo would definitely die in this battle. The dense white flame on his body slowly disappeared. Xiao Yan slowly lifted his right hand. After which, he faced the ice sculpture of the ice crystal flame lion and suddenly clenched it tightly. Crack! A clear sound appeared. The enormous mountain-like ice crystal flame lion was instantly shattered into ice fragments that permeated the sky under Xiao Yan's hand. Soon after, it was turned into nothingness under Xiao Yan's frightening flame domain. At this moment, the combined dose skill of the Fang Sun duo, the ice crystal flame lion, had been completely destroyed by Xiao Yan. The target of the attack, Xiao Yan, was completely unharmed. Xiao Yan had obtained a complete victory in this collision. Ha ha, there is no need for the two of you to continue using this kind of combined dose skill. With the strength of the two of you, you might have the chance to injure me. However, if the two of you insist on doing so, it will be useless regardless of how many there are. After the ice sculpture shattered, Xiao Yan turned around and smiled faintly at the Fang Sun duo. At this moment, Fang Sun and Wang Qi finally came to a realization. Moreover, from the way Wang Qi looked at Xiao Yan, he seemed to have understood something. Wang Ji and Fang Sun exchanged glances with each other. Immediately, they turned their eyes to Xiao Yan. Their usually expressionless faces finally revealed a grave expression at this moment. Just now, the thing on your body was the bone-chilling flame, right? Only that kind of terrifying thing can casually end our ice crystal flame lion. In response to Wang Qi's words, Xiao Yan merely smiled and declined to comment. Since he dared to reveal his identity, he was not afraid that these two would recognize him. Because even if they did not recognize him, he would still kill them here and now. Seeing that Xiao Yan did not deny it, Wang Qi knew the answer in his heart. His originally solemn expression became even more solemn at this moment. A heavenly flame was a terrifying thing regardless of who it was in the Yuanwu continent. After all, everyone knew that all the heavenly flames in the world had already transformed into spirits. Their strength had also reached an indescribably terrifying level. At that level, they were already the true peak existences in the continent. In this world, the members of the younger generation who could be chosen by them were all dragons amongst men. Even the ancestors of some of the true large factions would have to treat them well when they saw them. Although they did not see Xiao Yan's heavenly flame spirit at this moment, just the name of this bone-chilling flame was sufficient to cause the expressions of the two of them to change. Fang Sun's expression also instantly became solemn after hearing the words bone-chilling flame. MOD, that fool. Of all the people he could provoke, he just had to provoke this kind of person who is blessed by the heavens. Wang Qi also understood the thoughts in Fang Sun's heart. Immediately, he coldly snorted and spoke in a low voice. It's useless to say anything now. Instead of complaining about this and that, let's borrow our strength to forcefully kill him here. Otherwise, even the both of us will have difficulty protecting ourselves. Fang Sun finally recovered when he heard Wang Qi's words. Immediately, he violently nodded and ceased saying anything else. His body suddenly shook as the aura all over his body was raised to its peak condition. After which, he gently nodded to Wang Qi. His body flashed as he charged toward Xiao Yan. As he charged forward, Fang Sun's large hand grasped the air. Soon after, the storage ring on his finger flashed and an icy broadsword appeared in Fang Sun's hand. The blade trembled, and an icy aura spread out. It also added a chill to the blade, causing people to tremble uncontrollably when they looked at it. The instant the broadsword shook, Fang Sun's charging speed also instantly rose to an extremely terrifying level. In less than an instant, the distance between Fang Sun and Xiao Yan was only a short 100 meters. At this moment, the broadsword in Fang Sun's hand was suddenly raised high above his head. This broadsword, which was originally 1,000-year-old ice, was like another bright sun hanging above Fang Sun's head under the light of the scorching sun. The dazzling light caused even Xiao Yan to involuntarily squint his eyes. Ice ceiling / ice breaking 10,000 miles / a furious roar rose to the sky. Although Fang Sun's body continued to charge forward, The sharp blade glow ruthlessly smashed toward Xiao Yan at an even faster speed. Xiao Yan's eyes focused on the blade glow as the expression on his face became increasingly cold. He clenched his hand in the air and a heavenly flame instantly surged out from his palm. In less than an instant, a huge heavenly flame ruler was swiftly formed. The huge ruler was placed beside Xiao Yan as a terrifying heavenly flame once again ignited on his body. At the same time, the strength within the huge heavenly flame ruler also soared rapidly. Go! Xiao Yan let out a low cry in his heart. The enormous ruler in his hand was suddenly swung out in the next instant. An incomparably brilliant fire glow instantly shot out from the enormous ruler and violently collided with Fang Sun's blade glow. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion suddenly spread from between Fang Sun and Xiao Yan. An extremely frightening Do-Chi storm instantly swept in all directions. In an instant, the empty space within a 50-kilometer radius had completely transformed into an endless void. At the center of the explosion, a spatial storm that caused the hearts of the three people present to palpitate was emitted from it. One was ice and one was fire. The two were originally clashing with each other. At this moment, when these two powerful elements erupted, this kind of might was truly frightening. In the sky, before the frightening energy storm had completely disappeared, Wang Qi's figure quietly appeared on the right side of Xiao Yan's body. His originally large fists had completely transformed into a pair of beast claws at this moment. A fist violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's head. If this attack were to hit, it was likely that even with Xiao Yan's strength, he would definitely end up dying on the spot. This attack of Wang Qi could be said to be ruthless. At this moment, it seemed that he had taken advantage of the other party's unpreparedness. Flame Lion Break. Suddenly, a lion-like roar was emitted from Wang Qi's mouth. The fist, which tore through the void, had already approached Xiao Yan's face. The sharp wind from the fist caused waves of tearing pain to be emitted from the skin on Xiao Yan's face. Some fresh blood faintly seeped out from it. Bang! A punch was thrown and a strong figure was instantly sent flying. There was an enormous fist imprint on his chest that was just like a deep pit. Fresh blood was mixed with fragments of his internal organs as they spat out from his mouth, dyeing a large portion of his clothes red. Immediately, his body was like a falling star as it violently smashed into the mountain range below. Launching a sneak attack is not a good habit. In the sky, Xiao Yan's incomparably large left arm slowly returned to its original size. However, it was once again covered by a layer of purple-gold dragon scales. His large hand had transformed into a dragon claw at this moment, appearing somewhat terrifying. The figure that was previously sent flying was actually Wang Qi, the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor coupled with the King Kong glass body. With Xiao Yan's terrifying strength, even Wang Qi, who was a 7-star half-emperor, would find it difficult to withstand this punch. Furthermore, in the previous situation, Xiao Yan was practically unable to dodge. Even if he reacted, there was no doubt that he would be dead. Naturally, Wang Qi's defensive line in his heart was lowered. At that moment, it was the best time for Xiao Yan to attack. Swoosh! A figure that seemed to be battered and exhausted flashed out from the mountain stream with a dignified look in his eyes. Ever since Wang Qi's debut, his physical body was considered one of his greatest weapons. When he fought with others, he did not use any weapons. Instead, he relied solely on his rock-like physical body that he had cultivated. With the strength of his physical body, experts of the same level as him did not dare to be careless when facing him. However, he did not expect that the physical strength that he was so proud of would be so weak in front of Xiao Yan today. When Xiao Yan saw Wang Qi's unwilling expression, he sighed in his heart and shook his head gently. He was too lazy to explain anything to Wang Qi. With the Dragon Phoenix blood and the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor, the current Xiao Yan was comparable to an ordinary ancient void dragon. Naturally, there was no need to say much about the strength of his physical body. In this world where strength was respected, it was likely that no one would dare to claim to be first in terms of the physical body of an ancient void dragon. Wang Qi was really seeking his own humiliation by competing with Xiao Yan in terms of physical body. However, at the moment when Xiao Yan looked to Wang Qi, Fang Sun's figure suddenly appeared behind him for some unknown reason. The broad blade in his hand slashed down at Xiao Yan. "Sai, is this all that the two of you know? A combination Do skill. If you can't defeat me, then you're going to use a sneak attack. No matter what, you're a 7-star half-martial emperor. Be more direct." Before he finished saying those words, Xiao Yan's right arm instantly turned into a dragon's arm. The heavenly flame ruler in his dragon claw was also instantly slashed forth to meet the broad blade of ice. Snap! A crisp sound was heard. Xiao Yan's expression instantly changed greatly. The crisp sound came from the heavenly flame ruler in his hand. When Wang Qi saw this scene, he involuntarily revealed a cold smile on his face. He looked to Xiao Yan's heavenly flame ruler that was about to shatter and sneered. "Naive, did you really think that the two of us would use such a method to fight against you? Aren't you looking down on this slash of his too much? This blade of Fang Sun's is made of 1,000-year mysterious ice. There is also a lot of 1,000-year mysterious ice soul mixed within it. The first slash, Ice Seal Break, is merely a cover. The second slash, Ice Soul Slash, is its true strength. Although your heavenly flame is extraordinary, you are looking down on others too much if you think that you can so easily receive this slash." In the next instant, before Wang Qi could finish speaking, the heavenly flame ruler in Xiao Yan's hand suddenly exploded. Furthermore, the surroundings of Xiao Yan's body was replaced by extremely cold ice. Even the flame domain had difficulty melting it. Soon after, a metallic sound stealthily sounded out. Xiao Yan's body instantly retreated. His dragon arm was currently covered by a layer of ice. Faintly, one could see a blade scar under the ice. However, due to the ice, even his blood had been completely frozen. If it were not for the heavenly flame protecting Xiao Yan's body, it was likely that his arm would not be the only thing frozen. However, the current Xiao Yan did not have the opportunity to remove the ice on his dragon arm. Regardless of how cold it was, with the heavenly flame, it was difficult for it to harm his body. At that moment, Fang Sun's originally clear eyes were completely filled with fiery light. Even so, the only thing Fang Sun felt from Fang Sun's body was an endless amount of sinister coldness. His previous slash seemed to have completely infuriated Xiao Yan. "I'll give you a word of advice. If the ruler is destroyed, the person will die." Chapter 139. Ruler Destroyed. Death. Xiao Yan's voice had just sounded when both of his eyes were replaced by an icy cold aura. His body, which had just pulled back, flashed. At the same time, the space behind Fang Sun once again collapsed. An enormous golden giant appeared behind Fang Sun. The purplish-gold dragon scales shone brightly under the cover of the golden light. A huge dragon claw viciously swept towards Fang Sun's back with a force that could tear through space. In Xiao Yan's heart, the heavy Shen ruler had already become one of his taboos. Although the heavenly flame ruler was formed from heavenly flame, it also played the role of the heavy Shen ruler. Now that his weapon had been destroyed for the second time, Xiao Yan was naturally furious. When Xiao Yan's huge figure appeared behind Fang Sun instantly reacted. When he saw Xiao Yan's strange figure, Fang Sun was stunned for a moment. However, his figure quickly retreated, and the broadsword in his hand swung violently in front of him. Then, he viciously hacked at Xiao Yan's dragon claw. Clang! With a clang, intense sparks shot out from the point of collision. Xiao Yan's dragon claw was blocked by the broadsword for an instant. However, after an instant, the broadsword in Fang Sun's hand was pressed down by Xiao Yan's claw. At the same time, the other dragon claw viciously grabbed at Fang Sun's head. The sharp dragon claw was filled with a powerful aura that could tear through space, and it rapidly magnified in Fang Sun's eyes. At this crucial moment, Fang Sun could no longer care about the broadsword in his hand. Instead, he forcefully slapped the broadsword's hilt. Sparks flew, and purplish-gold dragon scales fell from Xiao Yan's dragon claw along with some blood. However, Xiao Yan did not care about this. He grabbed the broadsword in his hand and forcefully flung it behind him. The broadsword rapidly shot towards the endless mountain range. The other dragon claw arrived above Fang Sun's head. With a swipe, Fang Sun would definitely die. Ha! Flame lion break. Suddenly, Wang Qi's wild beast-like roar once again broke through the air. A huge fireball, which was like a meteor, also violently charged towards the dragon claw above Fang Sun's head. In an instant, the two had already violently collided. Bang! Although Xiao Yan was unharmed by this heavy blow, he could not help but take a big step back. The space behind him also collapsed. Fang Sun, quick! Use that move of yours and finish him off. Otherwise, both of us will fall here today. While Xiao Yan was being forced back, Wang Ji's face was solemn as he loudly cried out to Fang Sun. Fang Sun knew what Wang Ji was talking about in his heart when he heard Wang Ji's words. He immediately nodded heavily. His foot suddenly stepped through the air, and his body flashed. He appeared above Xiao Yan's head. At the same time, all the dou qi within the vortex in his body swiftly agglomerated toward his palms. An extremely cold ice bead was also swiftly formed. Ah! Extreme cold ice soul. Form for me. Suddenly, Fang Sun emitted an earth-shaking roar from his mouth. The speed at which the dou qi in his body flowed out became even faster. Xiao Yan had just stabilized his body and had yet to completely recover when Fang Sun, who was above his head, suddenly swung his palm violently toward Xiao Yan's head. A fist-sized ice bead carried a frightening aura that could freeze the world as it violently shot toward Xiao Yan's head. Ha! Explode! Extreme cold ice soul. Freeze the world and bury all life. Seal for me. Bang! A cold cry had just sounded when the ice bead, which had yet to touch Xiao Yan's head, instantly broke. An extremely overbearing freezing strength swiftly spread. Xiao Yan's enormous body was completely frozen in less than a breath's time. Even though this was the case, Fang Sun and Wang Ji did not dare to relax even a little. Their bodies rose into the air and formed a triangle with Xiao Yan in the middle. Both of their hands swiftly formed seals. Numerous complicated seals were swiftly formed by the two of them, causing those watching to feel dazzled. Sky's Limit, Mysterious Ice Seal. Ice Soul, Mysterious Kill. Sky's Limit, Mysterious Flame Seal. Lion Heart, Mysterious Kill. At a certain moment, the movements of the two palms finally came to a slow stop. Their mouths softly cried out at the same time when the seals were formed. At this moment, although the aura of the palms of these two people could be said to be heaven-defying, it was likely that they were not so relaxed from the looks of their expressions. Of course, compared to Fang Sun, Wang Ji's exhaustion was much less. At this moment, he appeared to be in a slightly better state. When one looked at Xiao Yan, who had already been completely frozen, there was still not the slightest movement at this moment. It was as though he had really been completely frozen. After Fang Sun and Wang Ji finished forming the seals in their palms, a wave of intense cold wind immediately blew in this place. The endless mountain forest below had already turned into a hellish hell without the slightest life. Mr. Yen Xiao, the two do skills in the hands of the two of us are Tian-class high-level do skills. After so many years of continuous tempering by the two of us, even a man-class do skill would be able to contend with them with our cooperation. If you are able to withstand them today, the two of us will naturally leave and not make things difficult for you. As for whether you are able to withstand them, everything will depend on your luck. Wang Ji's voice slowly sounded. The moment his voice sounded, he exchanged glances with Fang Sun and nodded in unison. Their mouths once again emitted an explosive cry that shot to the sky. The seals in their hands suddenly smashed toward Xiao Yan in the next instant. Silence. A deathly silence. At this moment, even the heartbeats of Fang Sun and Wang Ji suddenly paused. Both of their eyes stared intently at the two dou qi light seals that were smashing toward Xiao Yan. Their hearts were extremely anxious. As long as those two seals smashed onto Xiao Yan's body, the battle today would be declared over. The two of them would finally be able to relax. Although they had killed an exceptional genius, this had also helped the two of them eliminate an even stronger enemy in the future. 10,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters, the ice broke. At this moment, the two light seals were merely an inch away from Xiao Yan's body. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion instantly spread, causing the entire place to tremble. Immediately, an extremely frightening Do-Chi storm swept out. Fong Sun and Wang Qi involuntarily narrowed their eyes as they looked at the center of the storm. Crack! A clear sound appeared. Fong Sun and Wang Ji involuntarily frowned. There was a bad feeling in their hearts. The two of them exchanged glances with each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. However, before the two of them could do anything, a 1,000-foot-wide dark black Do-Chi light pillar instantly tore through the empty space at the center of the Do-Chi storm. Before Fong Sun could turn his gaze around, it had already violently smashed into his body. There was not the slightest sound. Fong Sun's body merely endured for a couple of breaths before it was instantly penetrated by the black light pillar. That light pillar only slowly scattered when it reached the edge of the empty space, leaving behind a horrified Wang Ji. At this moment, Fong Sun, a 7-star half-emperor, was dead. Chapter 140. Fong Sun, dead. Wang Qi's face was ashen as he watched the dark black light pillar disappear. He could still sense some of Fong Sun's aura at that spot. It was as though the latter was still present in this world. Unfortunately, even that thread of aura was slowly dispersing, announcing the news that Fong Sun was already dead. I have said that if the ruler is destroyed, the person will die. Xiao Yan's faint voice was transmitted from behind Wang Qi. When Wang Qi turned around to look at Xiao Yan, the beautiful fire plate in Xiao Yan's dragon claw had just disappeared. Wang Qi saw that Xiao Yan's enormous dragon claw was trembling a little. Wang Qi inhaled a deep breath of air. He looked at Xiao Yan and his tone was extremely cold. I admit that your strength has far exceeded your own. I'm afraid that you are an expert at disguising yourself as a pig to eat a tiger. These words, which appeared to be a joke, were unable to cause Xiao Yan to reveal the slightest smile. A trace of caution flashed in his eyes as he looked at Wang Qi. Xiao Yan had no choice but to admit that Fong Sun's icebound world was indeed something that he had difficulty dealing with. Even the heavenly flame that he possessed had difficulty resisting the strength of the ice soul. The agglomeration of 1,000 years to be released in a single day. This strength was indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, Old Gu had still intervened at the final moment. Those 2 Tian-class Do skills were much easier for Xiao Yan. Under his Angry Buddha reincarnation, the Tian-class Do skills appeared to be nothing. Today, the old me, Wang Qi, will definitely take revenge for Fong Sun. I will definitely go all out and kill you, Yan Xiao. Wang Qi's eyes were filled with hatred. His pair of shady old eyes had turned incomparably scarlet because of the hatred in his heart. The flame deep within his eyes agglomerated into the shape of a lion's head, causing the empty space in front of him to become unusually distorted. Suddenly, Wang Ji's body, which was stronger than an ordinary person's, shook violently. Then, the muscles all over his body started to bulge rapidly, and his entire body expanded by more than 10 times in a short span of a few breaths. Xiao Yan also clearly saw that the originally somewhat tattered clothes were swiftly filled by the bulging muscles all over Wang Qi's body. Soon after, it appeared to be torn apart as it was forcefully torn apart by Wang Qi's growing body. Roar! Wang Qi let out a furious roar like that of a lion towards the sky. An extremely overbearing flame instantly turned into a fire pillar that shot towards the sky from his mouth and charged towards the endless empty space. Lion Heart Tyrant Body Art. With a furious roar, Wang Qi's body, which had been constantly expanding, suddenly expanded once again. His body shape also underwent a huge change. His body, which was originally arrogant in the sky, was now like a wild beast as it crawled in the sky. His body, which had become thicker, had become strange. On his chest, there was an extremely bright lion's head fire seal from the inside out. At this moment, it was like a cluster of real flames that surged and surged. It emitted a terrifyingly high temperature that was enough to annihilate the empty space. Wang Qi's originally normal human head was currently squirming in disgust, revealing the original form of a beast. It seemed to be a lion's head. A long while later, under Xiao Yan's somewhat shocked gaze, Wang Ji's repeatedly growing body finally came to a gradual stop at this moment. However, the current Wang Ji had already lost the appearance of a human. Instead, he had transformed into a magical beast. His huge body was not inferior to Xiao Yan's diamond glass body at this moment. The robe on his body had already been burned into nothingness by the raging flames that covered his body. His dark golden skin was even more resilient than the mysterious steel of heaven and earth. A fiery tail that was nearly 100 feet long continuously danced in the empty space behind him, emitting waves of sizzling sounds. At this moment, Wang Qi had completely transformed into a flame lion. Xiao Yan looked at Wang Qi, whose appearance had undergone a drastic change in a short period of time. He could not help but let out a cold laugh when he saw the ruthlessness in Wang Qi's beast eyes. Lionheart Tyrant Body Art. I think it's better to call it Lionheart Tyrant Body Art. In order to subdue your enemy, you actually turned yourself into such a disgusting appearance. Even your own heart was controlled by your beast fire and you became a real magical beast. How foolish. I really don't know how someone could create such a dehumanizing secret technique. In response to Xiao Yan's cold laugh, the lion in front of him seemed to have understood. Waves of deep beastly roars were emitted from its ferocious mouth, following which its huge body suddenly shook, causing the world to tremble 3 times. Its body had already disappeared from its original spot. The moment the lion disappeared, the cold smile on Xiao Yan's face finally turned ugly. Bang! However, before Xiao Yan could do anything, an extremely terrifying force had already entered his body from his back. With a bang, Xiao Yan's body was directly sent flying. Ugh! As he was sent flying, Xiao Yan involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. No matter what, he had never imagined that the mutated Wang Qi's strength would actually be comparable to an ordinary 8-star half-emperor. Even after using the Angry Buddha reincarnation with all his strength, Xiao Yan was still unable to withstand such strength for a short period of time. Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook. His body, which had been sent flying, was forcefully stabilized. His throat rolled as he swallowed threads of bloody sweetness. The gaze he used to look at the lion in front of him appeared incomparably solemn. However, the lion clearly did not plan to give Xiao Yan any time to breathe. Just as Xiao Yan's body came to a stop, the lion opened its mouth and a several dozen feet wide energy light pillar instantly shot towards Xiao Yan. Wherever it passed, even the space itself became distorted. A deep abyss that was a few thousand feet wide swiftly formed on the ground below. At this moment, the Douqi within Xiao Yan's body was extremely weak. How could he have the mood to forcefully receive this light pillar? His sky extinction step was instantly unleashed to its limit. With a puff sound, a pair of large heavenly flame wings instantly appeared on Xiao Yan's back. Although the heaven demon phoenix wings were no longer present on this pair of heavenly flame wings, the essence of the wings had already completely merged with this pair of heavenly flame wings. In terms of speed, it was likely that it was even faster than before. When that frightening energy light pillar attacked, Xiao Yan's eyes glowed. Immediately, that frightening energy light pillar directly penetrated Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's body was completely shattered by that energy light pillar. That enormous male lion turned its enormous head slightly when it saw this scene. It doubtfully looked at the spot where Xiao Yan had been shattered. Although his strength had more than doubled, the current Wang Ji had already transformed into a true killing magical beast. The intelligence of a human no longer belonged to him. The current him was merely a wild beast with empty strength. Humph, as expected. Although you have transformed into a magical beast, you do not even have the intelligence of some high-rank magical beasts. Flame, devouring, wave. Suddenly, a stern cry that shot to the sky sounded from behind this male lion. A large cluster of beautiful flames burned fiercely, emitting waves of frighteningly high temperature that caused one's heart to palpitate. The instant Xiao Yan's stern cry was emitted, an incomparably sharp fire glow instantly shot out from the cluster of fire and violently struck the back of the male lion. Roar! A frightening lion's roar was emitted. The male lion's body forcefully twisted its body in an extremely strange manner. That earth-shaking lion's roar transformed into a frightening sound wave that was visible to the naked eye and blasted towards the frightening fire glow that was shooting towards it. With the obstruction of the sound wave, the fire glow's forward speed came to a halt. Then, the male lion's body suddenly charged towards the fire glow. Under Xiao Yan's incomparably shocked gaze, the male lion swallowed the fire glow in a single gulp. Although the fire glow entered the male lion's body and a loud bang was emitted from within, the male lion's body merely swelled slightly before it returned to its original state. The fire glow had completely disappeared. However, the cluster of fire seal on the male lion's chest was currently emitting an extremely intense light. It was as if something was being continuously refined by it. Although the unusual movement was nearly undetectable due to the flame all over the male lion's body, Xiao Yan, who possessed a heavenly flame, would immediately sense the slightest movement of the flame in front of him. He would definitely discover the slightest movement. Is that the source of your power? As long as I destroy that fire seal, your strength as an 8-star half-martial emperor will naturally fall apart. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan instantly reacted in his heart. However, at the same time, he felt a burst of thorny feeling in his heart. The location of the fire seal was clearly in front of the male lion's chest. That was the place where its defenses were the tightest. If he wanted to injure the fire seal, he would have to get close to it. However, the current Xiao Yan did not have the confidence to engage in close combat with it. If that was the case, he would likely be seriously injured by this bastard before he could even approach the fire seal. While Xiao Yan was feeling troubled in his heart, a powerful energy fluctuation was quietly emitted from within Xiao Yan's body. Although this energy fluctuation was inferior to Xiao Yan's, its aura was already comparable to a 1-star half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan's expression instantly changed once again. However, at this moment, the expression on Xiao Yan's face was filled with incomparable joy. This was because the aura that belonged to a 1-star half-martial emperor was being emitted from the incarnation within his body. Chapter 141. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with joy as he sensed the powerful aura within his body. The avatar's strength was comparable to a 1-star half-martial emperor. In this way, it could be said to be another great killing move for the current Xiao Yan. Although this avatar's actual strength was only at the level of a 1-star half-martial emperor, if this 1-star half-martial emperor's strength was completely unleashed, its might would not be inferior to his angry Buddha reincarnation. In this way, when Xiao Yan fought in the future, he would have another life-saving trump card. Humph, looks like it is not certain who is afraid of who today. Modi Xiao Yan will accept these two. With a flip of his hand, over a dozen jade bottles appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. With a sudden clench of his hand, all of the jade bottles shattered. Over a dozen Tier 9 energy recovery pills also appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan stuffed all of them into his mouth. However, he did not block his mouth like he had expected. High-tier medicinal pills would melt in his mouth. Such a thing would naturally not happen. The dozens of medicinal pills transformed into a majestic Do-Chi torrent that instantly poured into the vortex within Xiao Yan's body from his throat. However, this energy torrent, which could be considered frightening in the eyes of others, still appeared insignificant in front of a half-martial emperor like Xiao Yan. A 9th-grade pill was indeed nothing in front of a half-martial monarch. Xiao Yan sighed helplessly in his heart, after which he no longer paid any attention to it. If a Tier 9 medicinal pill was not enough, there were naturally higher tier ones. Given his current alchemy skills, as long as he obtained the pill formula, it was not impossible to refine a D-tier medicinal pill. Xiao Yan randomly glanced at the male lion, which was lingering around him and was unwilling to attack. He could guess that the fire glow was likely not having an easy time. After all, it was a heavenly flame. Even though it had absolute strength to suppress it, it was still difficult to swiftly refine it. This coincidentally gave Xiao Yan sufficient time. After swallowing the medicinal pills, his hands did not stop moving. By the time the Do-Chi within the vortex began to circulate, Xiao Yan's hands had already formed a seal once again. This seal was one of the secret techniques of the Gu clan that was not passed to others. God Seal Skill. When the 5 seals of the God Seal skill were combined into one, its strength was already comparable to a genuine Tian class Do skill. Now that it was being used by Xiao Yan, Its strength was many times greater than an ordinary Tian-class Do skill. Looking at the speed at which the Do Qi within Xiaoyan's body was being lost, the strength of the God Seal skill this time around was likely even greater than the creator of this Do skill. While Xiaoyan was forming the God Seal skill, the male lion's refinement of Xiaoyan's heavenly flame was finally complete. After merging the strength of the heavenly flame into its body, the male lion appeared to be even more imposing. Its bell-sized scarlet eyes were actually mixed with some brilliant flames. When it looked at Xiaoyan once again, a trace of a special feeling had actually surged into its eyes. That feeling was desire, greed. This beast had actually sensed the benefits of the heavenly flame. At this moment, the originally careless lion actually revealed a trace of greed. Looks like your actual body is quite extraordinary. Although only a cluster of beast flame is left, you are actually able to display such an intense reaction. Since this is the case, I shall accept this cluster of beast flame. Ha! God Seal skill, Open Mountain Seal, Sea Flipping Seal, Land Overturning Seal, Sky Burying Seal. 5 seals combined into one ancient God Seal. Go! Before Xiaoyan's voice sounded, his entire person's expression instantly became stern. The speed at which the seals were forming in his hands also instantly increased. After emitting an explosive cry, the ancient God Seal was also instantly formed in Xiaoyan's hands. At the same time, Xiaoyan also struck out with his palm. An ordinary-looking heavenly flame palm also lost its strength. Xiaoyan's hand gently flew towards the male lion. The instant the ancient God Seal flew out, it also instantly expanded. In a short span of a few breaths, it had already transformed into a large hand that was a few hundred feet wide. Like a shooting star, it carried a long fiery tail as it ruthlessly smashed towards the male lion. When the male lion saw this, its blazing eyes once again lit up. It opened its bloody mouth to its maximum, and an incomparably terrifying and violent suction force was also suddenly emitted from its mouth. In an instant, a wild gust of wind blew in this world. At this moment, the natural energy also transformed into an incomparably huge energy whirlpool and continuously poured into the male lion's open mouth. The wild and violent storm caused Xiaoyan's body, which was standing in the air, to sway a little. However, that pair of clear eyes still flickered with a bright glow. Xiaoyan had already completely guessed the thoughts of this beast. The wild and ferocious suction force within the lion's mouth was just like a black hole. Even the heavenly flame palm, which was 1,000 feet in size, had already returned to its original size when it arrived in front of the lion. The lion was unceremonious as it swallowed it into its stomach. The fire seal in front of its chest had once again become brighter. Humph, as expected. I'm afraid that the Tian-class Do technique will not pose any threat to you. In that case, let's try this. His voice had just sounded when a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. The empty space in front of him also became distorted. Immediately, an almost real human figure slowly appeared in this 100,000 feet wide sky. This human figure was surprisingly the avatar that Xiaoyan had just formed. Currently, the 3 avatars had already merged into one. Their strength had also soared. Just based on strength alone, this avatar could already be considered quite strong. Even in terms of actual combat, it also had the ability to help Xiaoyan. This would also reduce some of the pressure on Xiaoyan in the future. Xiaoyan waved his hand after the avatar appeared. A cluster of brilliant heavenly flame landed on the surface of the avatar. Its body was also instantly covered by the heavenly flame. Cuckoo! Since a beast like you likes my heavenly flame so much, I shall give this to you as well. Go! A thought passed through his mind, and the avatar in front of him also instantly turned into a ray of heavenly flame flowing light. In an instant, it had already arrived in front of the male lion. However, it did not directly send itself into the mouth of this male lion. Xiaoyan still wanted to see the true strength of this avatar. Naturally, he could not be anxious. Moreover, although this crazy lion did not have any brains, it at the very least still possessed the instincts of a wild beast. The strength of this avatar was quite strong. If this beast did not dare to swallow it, it would be quite troublesome. It was better to let this avatar attack. On one hand, he could see its strength. On the other hand, he could completely infuriate this beast and get it to take the initiative to swallow the avatar. At that time, it would naturally suffer an endless amount of pain. The avatar's body had just paused when many sets of powerful Do skills were continuously thrown out from its palm. They wildly and violently smashed towards the male lion. Being Xiao Yan's avatar, the avatar was as smooth as flowing water when using Xiao Yan's Do skills. In the end, this avatar actually used the Angry Buddha reincarnation and the Angry Buddha lotus flame at the same time, one in each hand. That kind of strength caused one to be extremely shocked. Of course, the aura that these two Do skills emitted at this moment was only stronger than the aura that Xiao Yan had agglomerated when he was a Do Sheng. From the current Xiao Yan's point of view, just this alone was insufficient to seriously injure this evil beast. As expected, although the fire lotus and the fire plate appeared to be extremely powerful, they were completely swallowed by the male lion the moment they were thrown out. After being repeatedly attacked by this avatar, the little instinct that this beast possessed was covered by a fury that soared to the sky. It widened its large mouth and another wild and violent suction force was emitted from its mouth. Xiao Yan's body quickly pulled back when he saw this. A thought was also emitted at the same time. A glint also flashed across the eyes of the avatar at this moment. Immediately, its body moved and charged explosively towards the male lion's mouth. The 1,000-meter distance was covered in an instant. However, the male lion swallowed Xiao Yan's avatar into its stomach in an instant. At the same time, the fiercely burning beast flame within the male lion's body suddenly pounced towards the avatar like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. It intended to completely refine the avatar in one go. The heavenly flame that wrapped around the avatar's body suddenly exploded when it entered the male lion's mouth. This caused the fierce beast flame that surrounded the avatar to completely turn into nothingness at this moment. The might of a heavenly flame was truly unparalleled. Although the beast flame was clearly not ordinary, it was unable to suppress Xiao Yan's heavenly flame under the personal control of Xiao Yan. Heavenly flame was indeed worthy of being the king of fire. When the fierce beast flame scattered, the aura of the avatar suddenly rose to its peak. Its entire body was filled with a formidable and domineering aura. Immediately, it did not stay any longer. Its feet suddenly stomped and its body borrowed the force to charge towards the ball of beast flame in front of the male lion's chest. Wherever it passed, the beast flame around its body was forcefully separated due to the formidable aura around its body, opening up a path of fire for the avatar. The ball of fire also seemed to have sensed the aura of the avatar. A sense of danger involuntarily rose in its heart. The originally incomparably wild and violent flame suddenly erupted at this moment. Wave after wave of heat waves that soared to the sky repeatedly swept out, transforming into numerous fierce flame lions that roared furiously at the sky around its body. This caused it to appear even more overbearing. However, the avatar was completely unconcerned about this. When it approached, the avatar's body once again shook. The heavenly flame, which had originally scattered, once again appeared out of nowhere and wrapped its entire body within it. At the same time, the frightening Do Chi that belonged to a one-star half-emperor within the avatar's body also began to swiftly agglomerate at this moment. Its originally solid and substance-like body also began to become transparent within a short couple of breaths' time. When it arrived in front of Xiao Yan, without waiting for the avatar to move, the many male lions that were agglomerated from the beast flame, which were not inferior to some of the frightening magical beasts, already carried an aura that soared to the sky as they charged towards Xiao Yan's avatar. The heavenly flame that wrapped around the avatar was once again separated at this moment. As it swiftly changed, it also turned into many beautiful fire dragons that swiftly circled around and met the group of male lions. In front of the heavenly flame, even though the beast flame possessed the strength of an 8-star half-emperor, it was still unable to completely block it. Moreover, there was still Xiao Yan's actual body in the outside world. If one were to talk about it, the current Xiao Yan could already be considered a special heavenly flame spirit. With so many heavenly flames gathered in his body, the strength of the heavenly flame that Xiao Yan possessed was already not inferior to a true heavenly flame spirit. If it were not for the fact that his strength was insufficient, this beast flame alone would not have the qualifications to jump around in front of him. While the fire lion was being suppressed, the energy within the avatar's body had already completely agglomerated into a sparkling and beautiful pearl like lustrous pearl. However, under this beautiful appearance, it also possessed a frightening strength that even an 8-star half-emperor would not dare to underestimate. When the pearl was completely agglomerated, Xiao Yan also sent out a thought within his heart. Soon after, the avatar that had already become nearly invisible carried the frightening energy that was the only one that had truly materialized as it ruthlessly collided with the origin flame of the male lion. Immediately, the world shook. Everything within a 10,000-mile radius of the male lion instantly collapsed at this moment, transforming into an endless void. At this moment, there was an incomparably enormous and frightening energy vortex within the body of the male lion. It was like a black hole, emitting a frightening suction force that caused the hearts of half-emperors to palpitate. The enormous body of the male lion that originally covered the sky was like a piece of meat that had been thrown into a meat grinder at this moment, as it was instantly torn apart by the extremely frightening energy vortex. Chapter 142. After the frightening energy vortex forcefully tore apart the lion's enormous body, its aura did not diminish. It was as if it had broken free of the lion's shackles. An incomparably wild and violent suction force was fully displayed at this moment. The land that had already turned into a wasteland was also shattered by this wild and violent storm. All gravity seemed to be non-existent at this moment. Everything was swallowed by the vortex and turned into nothingness. Even though they were tens of thousands of miles apart, Xiao Yan still felt that his body was slowly approaching the vortex uncontrollably. This caused Xiao Yan to feel an even greater sense of danger in his heart. The natural energy between heaven and earth continuously gathered toward the energy vortex uncontrollably. Even the beast flame, which was still burning fiercely, had difficulty resisting and was being pulled into the vortex by the frightening suction force. In the sky, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw this. He did not expect that the explosion between the two would actually create such a frightening force. His body was just about to withdraw when Xiao Yan saw that the beast flame was still bitterly struggling. His heart involuntarily moved. Although this beast flame was not a natural heavenly flame, its strength had already increased by a few hundred times after Wang Qi had sacrificed himself. If he were to swallow and refine the essence flame, it might be of some use to his own cultivation. This caused Xiao Yan to feel somewhat reluctant in his heart. Sighing softly in his heart, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and another large jade bottle appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. Without any hesitation, he clenched his fist forcefully and the jade bottle burst apart. Dozens of medicinal pills also appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. He swallowed them in one gulp as if he was eating beans. A majestic dou qi instantly rushed down from Xiao Yan's throat like a flood. Xiao Yan also felt as though his throat had suddenly been choked, causing his throat to appear to have swelled by a size at this moment. When that feeling disappeared, the vortex within Xiao Yan's body was already filled with a majestic dou qi. The slightly recovered dou qi also caused Xiao Yan to have a lot more confidence in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and the flame domain was instantly unleashed. Only within this domain would Xiao Yan's various abilities be strengthened. In front of this frightening vortex, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. If he was accidentally dragged into it, it would be difficult for him to escape. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart as he unleashed his domain. A brilliant heavenly flame appeared out of nowhere. It swiftly transformed into a fire dragon that was thousands of feet long. Each breath it took contained an incomparably hot aura, causing the empty space to distort before shattering with a bang. It transformed into an even darker and deeper endless empty space. Xiao Yan's heart trembled. The fire dragon appeared and emitted a dragon roar that resounded through the sky. Immediately, its enormous body moved with a bang. It carried an extremely frightening natural pressure as it charged toward the energy vortex. More accurately speaking, it was targeting the beast flame that was bitterly struggling in the middle of the vortex. Before this frightening energy vortex, even though it possessed extraordinary power, after being bombarded by the self-detonation of a half-martial emperor, It was still unable to contend against this vortex. At this moment, this cluster of beast flame had already become an arrow at the end of its flight. If it was unable to escape from the vortex, its final fate would be to be swallowed by the vortex and turned into nothingness. Under the frightening suction force, everything in this world had difficulty escaping from its frightening destructive strength. The beast flame, which was still overflowing with an imposing aura earlier, had difficulty withstanding it at this moment. The two of them were originally only a couple of thousand feet apart. At this moment, they were becoming increasingly closer. It was likely that it would be swallowed by the vortex in a short moment. Roar! A long roar sounded at the sky. The enormous fire dragon carried an aura that covered the sky as it instantly attacked the vortex. Before it reached it, the fire dragon opened its large mouth. A heavenly flame swiftly agglomerated in its mouth, transforming into an enormous fireball. It carried a high temperature as it violently smashed towards the middle of the vortex. At the same time, the flame dragon's huge body abruptly turned and instantly traversed through the void. This huge dragon claw grabbed at the struggling beast fire. As the fire dragon approached, no one knew whether it was due to the beast flame's natural fear of heavenly flames, or because it felt the hope of survival, but it actually automatically shrank together. It withdrew its frightening high temperature and waited for the arrival of the fire dragon's claw. At the same time that the flame dragon's claw grabbed the beast flame, at the center of the energy vortex, the fireball that was filled with a wild and violent aura exploded at the same time. A frightening energy ripple instantly spread out from the center of the vortex. In addition to the natural energy that had been swallowed by it, this explosive attack was even more powerful than the self-destruction of the incarnation. The empty space within a radius of tens of thousands of miles instantly collapsed at this moment. In an instant, everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was turned into a desert. All life had instantly disappeared under the frightening energy storm. After this attack, the world became silent. Everything had turned into nothingness. When Xiao Yan saw this, he could not help but gently sigh in relief. This battle could be considered to have ended at this point. He really did not expect that the all-out attack of an 8-star half-martial emperor would actually create such a frightening result. Even Xiao Yan felt a little powerless. The only thing that he did not expect was that this energy vortex would actually be destroyed so easily. It was merely the explosion of a heavenly flame. This kind of result really caused Xiao Yan to feel a little disbelief. Perhaps the thoughts in Xiao Yan's heart had been confirmed, or perhaps this was how it should be. The silence in this world did not last for long. When the beast flame finally landed in Xiao Yan's hand and Xiao Yan was about to withdraw, a storm once again rose in this world, one after another. Energy vortexes that were even more frightening than the previous one suddenly appeared in this empty space. Xiao Yan was already completely surrounded within them. He was unable to advance or retreat. When he saw the sudden appearance of dozens of even more frightening energy vortexes, Xiao Yan's expression instantly changed drastically. Even the energy vortexes from before were likely unable to compare with one of these, let alone the energy vortexes from before. Even Xiao Yan's expression was extremely grave. Now that he was deep within these dozens of energy vortexes, it was even more difficult for Xiao Yan to deal with. If he was unlucky, he might really end up losing his life here today. Although his heart was extremely grave and he wished that he could return to the time when he threw down the beast flame and fled, there was no medicine for regret in this world. At this moment, he was in such a dangerous situation and was unable to advance or retreat. There was no other way. Life and death were only in Xiao Yan's hands. While Xiao Yan was in a dilemma, the dozens of extremely frightening energy vortexes did not give Xiao Yan the slightest bit of time. Once the frightening suction force was released, Xiao Yan's figure, which was standing in the empty space, began to sway. Even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, he still felt powerless in this situation. The situation before his eyes also caused Xiao Yan to swiftly wake up. It was true that he was in a dilemma, but if he retreated, there was really no way to retreat. The only way was to advance. Perhaps he would still have a chance. Otherwise, he could only wait for death. Given Xiao Yan's character, he was definitely not the kind of person who would wait for death. Therefore, at this moment, There was only one path in front of Xiao Yan. That was to charge out, grab hold of a slim chance of survival and escape.